Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of Ms. Celestine Davidson and Mr. Django Esma, both from Momentum Vision in Sweden. Momentum Vision creates sustainable and a collaborative environment for European organizations in Africa. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome them to the Senate and wish them well for the remainder of their stay. Thank you. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., what is it?
Please allow me, Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes to join in welcoming Django. Django says that his name, there are only 13 of them in the world, and he's one of them. And Celestine, who also, I've had an interaction with them through my party, because we are seeking some collaboration with some social democratic party of Sweden. So allow me to also join in welcoming them and wish them a fruitful visit to Nairobi and pass our greetings when they go back home. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Relay our greetings to Sweden. Thank you, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Order, Senators. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Mr. Julius Masiva Obuga, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya and a resident of Vihiga County. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation," end of quote. Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the said petition are as follows. 1, that during the former KANU regime, the late Tom Mboya was referred to as Jogo, hence his inclusion in the coat of arms and the public seal. That according to the petitioner, the colors of the Kenyan flag are symbolic in that black color represent African inhabitants in Kenya, red color represent bloodshed which brought independence, green color represents agriculture, which is the economic backbone of the nation, white color represents milk, and the two spears represent weapons used during the struggle for independence, and the lion represents Kenya. 3, that the cockerel and an axe on the coat of arms and the public seal represent boyism, which has no relevance towards the struggle for independence. Interesting. The petitioner therefore prays that the Senate intervenes by amending the Constitution to delete the cockerel holding an axe both in the coat of arms and the public seal. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for a few minutes, not exceeding 30 minutes. What is it, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.?
Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder about not your jurisdiction to approve some of these petitions, but I think it is wrong to associate a cockerel with KANU, because the lion should be associated with Fort Kenya, the spear can be associated with Wiper.
Order, Senator. Order, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. The petitioner does not associate the cockerel with KANU. Instead, he thinks it is linked to what he calls boyism.
It's true, but if that was KANU. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you are aware that I proposed an amendment to the ban on flying flags because the late Tom Mboya on 22nd of November 1963 moved a successful motion to ban Kenyans from flying flags, because at that particular time, the colonialists were using the flag to create a problem because they were putting our flags in toilets, etc., etc. So the ban on the use of our flag was used by Tom Mboya and supported by Mbui Koinange, Mr. Speaker, so that then our flag is not abused. I think, Mr. Speaker, whoever is going to determine this petition, we must rest that a cockerel represents something other than a party.
What is that?
It could be anything. It could be the song, Mr. Speaker, about Amkeni, Twendeni Tufanye Kazi. The cockerel that crows at 3 a.m. in the morning.
But you're guessing, aren't you?
No, I'm not guessing. I'm saying it could be.
Okay.
So it's possible it could
What
be.
is it, Senator Mohamed Faki? On a point of order?
I just want to inform my brother, Senator Mutula, that the cockerel.
Order.
Cockerel.
Order. You have introduced another.
Cockerel.
You have introduced another symbol which does not exist in the coat of arms.
The cockerel is a symbol of the Ingoho from Luyaland.
Order, Senator Faki. What is your authority for that?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, if you recall.
Proceed, Senator Mutula.
If you recall, because this is important. Senator Faki, at the time somebody made a petition here to remove the word Harambe. In fact, explained that Harambe is not a Kiswahili word, and explained to us the origin of the word Harambe in the coat of arms. Similarly, the person who is trying to remove this is using the same formula. I would think that in the future we should have a standing order that dismisses some of these petitions. Thank you.
On a preliminary basis. Very well. Senator Pogisio, a minute or two.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think just short of calling it frivolous, some of these petitions that come, Of course, every man, every person can petition Parliament, and they try to. But this particular one, Speaker, you can't even know where to send it after it's been approved. When at independence, our flags and our national anthem were approved, each item on the flag, every color and every symbol was explained enough at that time that it was thought it was necessary. And so I think we should go slow on trying to even change an iota of anything on our flag or our national anthem. And I just wanted to say that with this kind of petition, while the petitioner has a right to do it, I think we should be able at some point to say this is not within our jurisdiction, this is beyond us, or it is frivolous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Mahmood, is it urgent?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas Kenyans can petition this House on anything that they deem fit, but sometimes we have to be very careful, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this country has a history, and in fact, the history of this country must be respected. For those Kenyans who came up with our national coat of arms and our national flag, we must respect them. True, KANU was a lead party at independence time. I have no problem with even the cockerel being there. An attempt was made in 2003 when NAC came to power, even to remove all these things from the flag and the coat of arms. I think as we consider this petition, let's tell Kenyans that, some things cannot be played around with, especially the history of this country.
Thank you. Senator Faki, brief.
I just want to echo Senator Mutula Kilonzo's position that we need to have an amendment to the standing order so that we consider the speaker or the clerk can consider these petitions even before they are brought to the House. You see, even in a court of law, you have to have a justiciable claim for the claim to be admitted. So somebody should just throw papers to the Senate and expect that we shall spend a lot of time and effort to consider them, and when we look at it, it's entirely frivolous. So we should do something to the standing order so that at least there's a bare minimum that can be allowed in the House. Thank you.
Order, Senators. Thank you for those observations. I have noted the direction in which all the senators who have made observations are taking. Nevertheless, I direct that this matter proceed to the next level, as I am going to direct. But in discharging this petition, the relevant committee must address to the observations which have been made by the honorable senators in this petition and perhaps generally. And for that reason, no other committee could help us do that other than the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee. Honorable senators, therefore, having said so, pursuant to Standing Order 232.1, the petition should be committed to the committee or the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights for consideration. In terms of Standing Order 232.2, the committee is required to consider this petition and respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of this House within 60 days from today. So ordered. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
And committee, I hope Legal Affairs Committee is represented here. Please address to the issue of can any petition under the Article 190 just come before us, okay? Yeah, so very well. We've already called out the next order. I see no request. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Notices of motion. We have in the order paper, we have a notice of motion from none. I don't. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Statement. Senator for Vihiga County, Senator George Aniri.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 47, paragraph 1, to make a statement on an issue of county-wide concern, that is the growing cases of insecurity and murder in Vihiga County, the county that I represent here. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to pass my heartfelt condolences on my own behalf, on the behalf of my family and the people of Vihiga County, to the families that lost their loved ones last week. Mr. Charles Ombimba lost his son Nelson Kehenji and the son's wife Sheila Makungu on the night of Monday, 17th February 2020 in Itenji village, Central Maragoli ward in Vihiga County. The two were brutally butchered in their house at night. 2 days later, Mr. Speaker, on the night of Thursday, 20th February 2020, Mr. Kennedy Ambani, his wife Elizabeth Acheng, and son Gifton Ambani from Busamu village, Lugaga Wamuluma ward, were attacked and killed in their home. A daughter, Anne Ambani, who was critically injured in the incident and admitted at the Kakamega Referral ICU, lost the battle and passed on the morning of the 24th February 2020. Mr. Speaker, most surprising is that in both incidences, the criminals only stole chicken. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, I visited the family of the late Kennedy Ambani at their village in Busamu, Lugaga, Wamuluma ward, to condole with them. The sight and the account of events as told by the mother of the deceased broke my heart. According to the deceased mother's account, it was by sheer luck that 2 of the children in the family survived by hiding under the bed. 4 children of between the ages of 18 years and 1 year have been left orphans suddenly. The burden of bringing up these children has now been left on the grandmother and other relatives. Mr. Speaker, I condemn this heinous act of brutality and criminality in the strongest terms possible. It defeats logic when one attacks a family in the dead of the night to execute them in cold blood, including defenseless and harmless children. It should be noted that this is the second time I am rising to complain on the issue of insecurity in Vihiga County in less than 1 year. The first being on the Wednesday, 13th March 2019, when I made a statement on the execution of 5 watchmen in Kilingili Market in Vihiga County that had happened on the Saturday, 2nd March 2019. Mr. Speaker, governments exist to provide common goods and services that are necessary for the functioning of society. One such service is national security. Article 238 of our Constitution, paragraph 1, explains national security as the protection against internal and external threats to Kenyans' territorial integrity and sovereignty, its people, their rights, freedoms, property, peace, stability, and prosperity, and other national interests. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the national government is failing in providing security to the residents of Vihiga. It is as if the people of Vihiga are living in the state of nature as explained by Thomas Hobbes, where life is nasty, brutal, short, with no government, no common laws and institution to offer, restrain, and establish public security. This is unacceptable as the National Police Service is in totality is established and fully funded by taxes to maintain law and order, which includes ensuring Kenyans enjoy personal security, peace, and protection. Mr. Speaker, there are four main expectations that the people of Vihiga have from the national government. Number one, concrete answers as to why the police in the county take so long to respond to alarm raised by distressed residents. In this particular incident, Mr. Speaker, we are informed that the attackers raided this home at around 1 in the night, and police showed up well 3 hours after that, I think 4 in the morning, going to 5. Secondly, the status of investigation on these two main recent incidents. 3, an assurance that the perpetrators of these heinous acts are brought to book. And finally, that their security is restored. Mr. Speaker, to date, the families of the people who were murdered in Kilingili Market in March 2019 have not received justice in terms of compensation, only that the case is ongoing in court. The reason given for government not offering financial support to the families is that there are no provisions in law for such circumstances. Similarly, the young children left in the latest incident have no hope for any structured assistance from the government. Most likely, after the burial, all this will be forgotten. It is sad that the police have arrested the elder brother of the late Kennedy Ambani on the allegation that he was the last person to conduct the deceased, further throwing the family into anxiety and confusion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of police failure to ensure the existence of law and order in Kenya as their main mandate has been with us for far too long. The Kenyan police is identical with the police brutality, corruption, perpetration of crime. In Vihiga County, the police are very efficient in pursuing Chang'aa brewers, harassing boda and matatu operators, while allowing criminals to operate with impunity. Mr. Speaker, there is need for the Inspector General of Police, in conjunction with the Independent Police Oversight Authority, IPOA, to take decisive and firm action against the above vices in the service. Allegations of police working with criminals should be investigated and the concerned officers dismissed and charged with their crimes. However, it should not be assumed that I'm condemning the entire police service. There are so many police officers who are doing a superb job. Mr. Speaker, I was able to establish that Vunandi sublocation, this is where the incident, the latest incident happened, has not had a substantive assistant chief for 2 years. This is wrong and should be corrected immediately. There are also allegations that police officers at Magada Police, a rented structure, operate between 8 a.m. in the morning and 5 p.m. in the evening and close for the night. The police post has no vehicle and hence, to a great extent, ill-equipped to respond to any emergency. If the government fails to take firm action to restore order and build public confidence, there will be chaos. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, incidences of civilians in an effort to protect themselves resorting to mob justice are on the rise. This is dangerous for the society. The residents of Vihiga cannot have peaceful sleep at night. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government is known to be thorough and no nonsense. Ironically, these two incidents occurred 3 weeks after the CS visited the county and held meetings with the security teams following outcries by the residents on rampant insecurity. It is my greatest hope that this is the last time the attention of this Senate is being drawn on matters of insecurity in Vihiga, and that the people of Vihiga will immediately enjoy peace and security as Kenyans from any other part of the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, we shall have to balance the time we have for statements between that statement and the others. Therefore, I'll exercise the discretion in Standing Order 47 and direct the Committee on National Security to liaise with Senator Kalniri with a view to responding to the issues raised, and the chairperson will be required to inform the House of progress made in 1 week. So ordered. So ordered. What is it, Senator Ndwiga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a matter of great importance to this House. The Speaker, last week you did order that my committee do meet the CS for agriculture on the issue of locusts. The Speaker, we summoned the CS, and twice now he has snapped the invitation of the committee. The Speaker ordered that the CS attend, or the CS appears in this House yesterday at 9 o'clock. The CS wrote back to the clerk and excused himself that the visiting German Chancellor, President, yes, was in the country and his presence was required. But Mr. Speaker, instead of asking for another convenient date, I couldn't believe my eyes when the CS suggested that he meets the House, that he will attend and meet this House at 3 o'clock today when we are in session. Mr. Speaker, I do not know how to place that kind of a statement, because I think that is a total disregard of this House. So I think, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that this menace is still with us, locusts are all over the country now, and Kenyans do not know what they are waiting for, what the government is doing. My committee is poised to start field visits this Thursday throughout the country to assess the destruction of locusts and assess the damage and what actually needs to be done, and talk to Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, we think that we need to meet the CS before we undertake the field trips. So we are now appealing to the chair again. Last week, somebody did ask that the chair should start biting. So now I am requesting the chair to sharpen the teeth and bite. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, I'll dispose of that matter right away. Last week, I gave directions that the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture should appear before the Senate Committee on Agriculture, and went ahead to require all senators who had an interest in the issue of the locust catastrophe to be invited for that exercise. It is sad that up to now, nothing has happened. I direct the clerk to cause communication and the committee to cause communication to the Honorable Peter Munya, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, to appear tomorrow at 9 o'clock without fail. No excuse, no explanation, and no further delay. Failure of appearance, this House will take drastic, decisive, and final measures against the minister. It is so ordered, and I will not invite further comments on this issue. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, Cabinet Secretary Agriculture to appear before the Senate Committee on Agriculture, and all senators who come from counties that are already affected by locusts or are likely to be affected by locusts are invited, because I am told as we speak, those locusts are all over. And in fact, I am told they have reached China. Some are in Pakistan, Iran, all over. So we are not going to have unending correspondences between the committee and the minister while our farmers are staring at a crisis. And therefore, the minister is advised to stop every other business he is doing, to stop, even if he's entertaining visitors, those visitors can be entertained by another cabinet secretary for foreign affairs, or the cabinet secretary for sports can take over. The Minister for Agriculture needs to attend to the issue of locusts with immediate effect. So ordered. Thank you. What is it, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.?
First, on the statement by Senator Haniri, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring to your attention so that when you direct the committee, that the chairman of that committee is building bridges and therefore might not be available in 7 days. The vice chair honorably resigned, Senator Sakaja, and therefore that
Honorably or dishonorably?
Honorably.
Okay.
He was not removed from office.
Although the consequence is almost the same.
He honorably left office. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there must be a direction about how that committee, because...
But the committee is in existence, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., isn't it?
Yes.
And the committee knows what to do. It still has a chair.
Yes.
Whether that chair is building bridges or building other roads, other things.
Yeah.
So the committee must communicate to this House of Progress. Or do you have a specific suggestion?
I thought that you would say the chair or any other member of that committee do bring a report within some...
It is the chair to appoint his representative, because the chairperson is the spokesperson of the committee.
Yes.
So wherever Senator Yusuf Haji is, as he builds bridges, he'll be informed, and I'm sure he will cause a member of that committee, yes, or the members of that committee will communicate with the chairperson, yes, in which case they'll identify someone to speak to this issue next week.
I thought so. On the second issue, I thought I should mention to you, Speaker,
yes,
that while we are contemplating amending our standing orders,
yes,
we should adopt the model used by the Australian Senate of something we call contempt of the Senate. Because if we sit as a high court, when you defy a court order, you're in contempt.
Absolutely.
So that cabinet secretaries don't have the liberty to go and entertain guests or otherwise, while a matter of this nature is pending. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we saw you doing very, very manual labor of chasing this locusts all over the place. Thank you.
You're still on that matter, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. I thought it's all right. Very well. Well, the senators, we have some visitors whom we need to acknowledge. Honorable senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of 15 members of the Youth Forum from Ruaraka, Nairobi County. On behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I welcome them to the Senate and wish them well in the remainder of their stay. Thank you. Now, is it about the visitors? Senator Sakaja? For Nairobi at least? No, just finish the visitors first. On behalf of all of us.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to, on behalf of the entire Senate of the Republic of Kenya, to welcome the members from the Youth Forum in Ruaraka constituency. Mr. Speaker, this young ladies and gentlemen who are very well known to me. They have a huge impact in the community and have been doing a lot for the people of Ruaraka and the wider Nairobi. Welcome to the Senate. They're part of Mr. Speaker, they're part of a mentorship program established under the office of the Senate of Nairobi, where young people from different constituencies are getting an opportunity not just to come to Nairobi, but to be mentored by leaders in different sectors and different fields. Asante, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence on those two statements, very quickly, if you allow me.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, on the first one, I join Senator Kaniri in offering condolences. This is a matter that is not, or rather the security issues in Vihiga are not due to us. I led a team to Kilingili when he brought this statement. There had been a new police team appointed there and they made certain commitments. Mr. Speaker, it is disheartening that there are still those issues in that county, and I want to commit on behalf of the committee as a member. Senator Mutula has informed the House that I resigned as Vice Chair of Security Committee last year, and I did so honorably. There is still a vacancy for members who might be interested. But Mr. Speaker, I can still inform the committee. Since last week, there's a statement I brought on extrajudicial killings in Nairobi County that had really gone up, Mr. Speaker, and the House advised that the best way to go would be to form an ad hoc committee that can look at these police issues, including extrajudicial killings. I'll be bringing this motion this week to the House, and I believe that committee can also supplement the Committee of Security in looking at the matters affecting the people of Vihiga. Lastly, on the issue of locusts, Mr. Speaker, the House is being embarrassed. We've invited this minister too many times. I just want clarity. Is this another invitation or these are summons? Because the summons are what cannot be ignored. The invitation, they're saying 7 days and whatnot, and can give all manner of excuses. This CS needs to be summoned, and summons issued for him to appear tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Senator Abshiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start my statement, one of the interventions I had was perhaps for you to allow us to say polio to the Vihiga families.
You have already said so. Proceed with the statement.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries concerning an outbreak of foot and mouth disease in various counties in the country. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the steps taken by the national government and county governments to contain the outbreak of foot and mouth disease in Inter Alia, Isiolo County, Baringo County, Marsabit County, Laikipia County, Samburu County, Meru County, Nakuru and Kisii counties. Mr. Speaker, they should also, the government should explain measures put in place to curb the spread of the disease to other counties in the country. Explain the efficacy of the foot and mouth disease vaccines currently in stock in the country, considering that some of the infected livestock had actually been previously vaccinated against the foot and mouth disease, and therefore there's big questions around the potency and of the vaccines that are being used. Mr. Speaker, they should also state why the vaccine against the foot and mouth disease is not readily available in some of the counties. In fact, that has been reported by most farmers and most pastoralists, and yet the disease poses a threat to livestock across all counties, and state what measures are being taken to put in place to mitigate against the imminent economic loss to livestock keepers in the country in the face of the outbreak. Mr. Speaker, we have vaccine Kevavi, we have vaccine parastatals that are supposed to be doing this. We don't know why this is happening, but the problems in agriculture are not just locust. We need to really urgently deal with the issue of the foot and mouth disease that's ravaging our counties. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the Agriculture Committee is going to this county, Isiolo County, Samburu and Marsabit, and I hope that this can be added on to so that we can be efficient in the use of resources as we do the issues around locust. If this can be added, and myself included, so that I could also deal with this matter, which I know I sit on a board for rangelands management in northern Kenya, and this is really going to be the next frontier of food insecurity in these counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I direct that the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, as they visit the counties of Isiolo, Samburu, and Marsabit, and other counties affected by locusts, to include in their itinerary the issues that have been raised by Senator Abshiro in this statement regarding the foot and mouth disease in Isiolo County, and I further direct that Senator Abshiro be facilitated as a friend of the committee so that we maximize on the use of resources. So ordered. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. What is it, Senator for Homa Bay? Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, just to follow up on your directions, Senator Abshiro from Isiolo and Senator Fatuma Dulo from Isiolo to be facilitated to be part of that delegation. Because if you don't pronounce yourself, Mr. Speaker, you might find that my sister Abshiro is the one who's facilitated and not the other.
Actually, thank you for that input. But the reason I directed that way is because Senator Abshiro is the owner of the statement. But considering again we have an elected senator in that county, it's important that the two senators work together so that this matter is resolved for the good of the people of Isiolo in the best way possible. What is it, Senator Dr. Bito? So I direct Senator, for avoidance of doubt, Senator Dulo as well be part of that process.
Kindly clarify to the committee, I'm a member of the committee, we have a very limited budget. I don't know whether you would want them to come on our budget.
Those are administrative issues. You don't canvass that in the plenary of Senate. Once the speaker has said it will happen, don't worry, it can happen from anywhere. You know how she is facilitated is not our work as plenary. It shall be done. Very well. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Senator for Makueni.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it has come to my attention and should concern senators that the universal health care has been scaled up to 47 counties from 4. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting a statement on that upscaling. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the details of the intergovernmental participation agreements that have been entered into between the national government and the 47 county, including the priority areas identified in the agreement for joint cooperation, as well as the specific roles and responsibilities assigned thereby to the 2 levels of government, respectively. Secondly, outline the budgetary, financing, and long-term sustainability plans that have been put in place to upscale UHC. 3, outline the role of the National Insurance Fund, otherwise famously known as NHIF, in the scale-up of UHC, and provide details of how this role will complement existing county health insurance initiatives. 4, outline the measures that have been put in place to ensure adequate health human resource to facilitate and sustain the scale-up of UHC. Number 5, elucidate measures that have been put in place to ensure that counties have adequate essential medicines and supplies. 6, and controversially, explain the role of KEMSA, what role they will have in the scaling of UHC, as well as the measures put in place to address the various challenges that have been identified with the proposed scale-up, including low average fill rates, delays in supplies, and lastly, Speaker, outline the policy direction for the facilitation of inter-county health referral and emergency referrals to level 6 hospitals. Thank you, Speaker.
That's a very important matter raised there by Senator for Makueni, Committee of Health. You need to brief senators and not just Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. on this universal health coverage. Is one of the big 4, And there are so many issues in the health sector, left, right, and center. What is it, Senator Sylvia Kasanga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you can allow me, I'd like to ride on that statement and ask a few more questions to go with that.
Where are you riding? Before I even allow you, what is this riding business? Anyway, Senator Kasanga, since you are...
I should have used a different word. But you can allow me to add on to the
make a few
statement.
observations.
Yes.
The riding business is neither here nor there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
In addition to Senator Mutula's statement, I would like the ministry also to give clarity on where is the place for mental health in the upscale for the UHC, because it was missed out in the first 4 counties, and I have cross-checked to see, and I know counties are struggling with funding for mental health. Number 2, can the ministry also clarify or give their position and statement as to the funding for Mathare National and Referral Hospital? Because the minister had some time back pronounced herself that they will make it autonomous and fund it separately, but to this day, that has not been done. And that was pronounced about 1.5 years ago. So if they're going to upscale UHC, we want to see how that our National Referral Hospital is doing. Can also the ministry confirm on mental health staffing when it comes to the workers of mental health and the incentives then that they shall be given, considering their work is very unique and that they need care? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of medication, we know that NHIF is only funding first-generation drugs for mental health patients, and we know those don't work. In fact, they come into the place for healing because the side effects are so bad that most patients will run away from these drugs, and it affects their long-term healing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like the ministry to tell us, as they're upscaling UHC, where is the place for second-generation mental health drugs? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, again, if the upscale is going to happen, we want to know where are the budgets for the counties to raise awareness and fund programs to fight against stigma, because this is clearly pronounced in the policy, and we want to see it beginning to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kasanga. Chairperson, you have heard those comments. They are very valid. In fact, on the issue of the referral hospital at Mathare, just last week, even the watchmen there have gone on strike because they have not been paid for 3 months. And they are threatening to release mentally ill patients to the streets of Nairobi. So, Chairperson, you'll handle that. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., would you like a formal statement? Or would you want to consult with the chair, with the committee, and deal with it at that level?
Speaker, in view of the magnitude, and this involves everybody, a statement will be adequate, because I would like every senator to have a statement in respect of their counties, so that if somebody who has an issue with their respective counties, they can raise. The same way Senator Dulo was able to raise an issue when UHC was rolled in Isiolo. The parameters are very important, because what happens in Mandera, Kiambu, is not the same thing that is going to happen in Makwene, and therefore a formal statement will be much more useful. But knowing the way the Ministry of Health has been operating, Speaker, I don't want to sit with them informally. I want them to come here so that they can put everything on the table. And I hope, fortunately, that either that Senator Mutahi Kagwe will be the Cabinet Secretary then.
Chairperson, would you like to say something before I make further directions?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think a statement will be good for us to brief each and every senator here. But my request will be, will 30 days be okay? Because we have a new CS coming in. We don't want to ambush him so fast. We'll write a letter to him immediately and give him maybe 15 days to respond. So I'm asking for 30 days.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
I thought you would request for less days and ask the cabinet secretary to ask for an extension. That's what, ideally, that's what's supposed to happen. If you heard what he said, he was prepared to work if he was approved the following day. So Mutahi Kagwe is not a gentleman to give 30 days. You give him 14, he comes and asks for an extension.
I direct that the statement be presented in 2 weeks' time. If the minister has difficulties, chairperson, the minister will explain himself. So ordered. We are not doing very well. We have, no, actually we are doing very well. Because we have one last statement by the chairperson of devolution. Senator Kenywa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to make a statement pursuant to Standing Order 51-1A concerning a matter that my committee is responsible for. Mr. Speaker, the Senate Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations is established under the Standing Order 218.3 of the Standing Orders of the Senate and mandated to consider all matters relating to devolution, intergovernmental and inter-county relations, governance and management of county governments, cities, towns, and urban areas. Mr. Speaker, by a letter dated 7th November 2019 and received in the Senate on 11th November 2019, the Clerk of the County Assembly of Nakuru conveyed to the Clerk of the Senate the resolution of the County Assembly to adopt the report of the ad hoc committee recommending the conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. At the sitting of the Senate held on 21st November 2019, the Speaker of the Senate issued a communication on the same and referred the matter to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for consideration. The committee was required to consider the matter and report back to the House on 25th February 2020. Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of Urban Areas and Cities Act 2011 provides the general classification of urban areas and cities and states as follows. An area may be classified as an urban area or city if it satisfies the criteria set out under this Act or any other written law. Section 5 of the Act provides for the criteria for classifying an area as city. An urban area may be classified as a city if the urban area satisfies the following criteria. A, population of at least 250,000 residents according to the final Gazette results of the last population census carried out by the institution authorized under any written law preceding the application of grant of the city status. B, has an integrated urban areas or city development plan in accordance with this Act and other existing laws. C, has demonstrated capacity to generate sufficient revenue to sustain its operation. D, has demonstrable good system and records of prudent management. E, has the capacity to efficiently and effectively deliver its services to its residents and has in existence the services provided in the first schedule. F, has institutionalized active participation by its residents in the management of its affairs. G, has infrastructural facilities including but not limited to roads, street lighting, markets, and fire stations, and an adequate capacity to disaster management. And H, has a capacity of functional and effective waste disposal. Mr. Speaker, the committee met on 4th December 2019 before the long recess and on 18th February 2020 to consider the report of the ad hoc committee appointed by Governor of Nakuru County recommending the conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. The committee met the Governor of Nakuru County on 20th February 2020 on the same matter and raised pertinent issues that arose from the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee intends to meet with officials from State Department of Planning at the National Treasury and get a report from the Parliamentary Budget Office on the capacity of Nakuru municipality to generate sufficient revenue to sustain its operation. The committee also intends to meet the citizens of Nakuru County by conducting a public participation event in Nakuru County. Mr. Speaker, the committee is required to consider the matter and report back to the House by 25th February 2020. But due to the planned activities and with your indulgence, we would like to request an extension of 45 days to enable committee complete its assignments. I request that, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Kenywa. I'll give a communication shortly regarding the statement you've just presented. But before I do that, we still have a few more minutes. We have saved some time. So I will allow a few more senators to make comments on this statement or any other, and then we'll close. We've done very well today. Congratulations. Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is on the issue of locust, and I appreciate your direction on the issue for the CS to appear before the committee tomorrow. However, Honorable Speaker, last time the chair directed that the CS appears before the committee on Monday. Failure to that, a summon will be issued. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that is my concern
Order,
on
Senator.
the same issue.
Order, Senator. The chair is fully in charge of that agenda. The CS will appear tomorrow. If he doesn't appear, the consequences that the chair has directed will follow. Don't try and present the House in a different way. Senator Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on the statement of insecurity in our country, and especially the statement of Honorable Khaniri. Mr. Speaker, sir, first of all, I would like to start by giving my condolences to the family of Charles Ombimba, who were brutally murdered, and the people of Vihiga County, and to Kenya at large for losing their beloved one. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we wake up every morning, we wake up to the sad news of brutal killings. It has not been occurring very well, and it is not only on TVs or what, all social medias. The issue of brutal killings and murder is all over in our country, where we think that the security is actually relaxed or reluctant to deal with this. Mr. Speaker, sir, the killings of the latest, the latest in the long-standing pattern of the execution for the unlawful killings in Kenya, and this should be a matter of concern. I thank Senator Khaniri for bringing this statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we look at the security or the Ministry of Interior and Coordination, it is one of the ministry that is highly funded in our government, especially when it comes to annual budgets. And yet the services Kenyans are getting are they are really under the score of the services we are getting. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that security is paramount, and the national government has really failed us, because this ministry lies squarely, and it lies squarely at the national government, or at the national government. And looking at the budget and looking at how our people are being killed, we need, if not to have a change, the structures and the systems in this ministry needs to be changed.
Summarize so that other senators can speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to summarize, and I'm saying that public security remains concern, and it's paramount, and I'm supporting Senator Khaniri by saying that we need to be protected. Our security need to line up and need to up in arms and make sure that our people are protected, especially the innocent lives that have been lost in not only in Vihiga and in Kakamega, in Kenya as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator Maura. Please, briefly, so that as many senators can speak to these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pass my condolences to the family that is affected in Vihiga County, and that the committee should expedite the investigations as you have so ordered. And also coming to the issue of the UHC, Mr. Speaker, I would like the statement to be further enhanced by the minister responding to the following. Is that number one, if you look at the NHIF allocation, you realize a very interesting scenario where in terms of the number of hospitals we have in this country, 48% are owned by government, 38 or so are owned by private, and the rest, 14% or so, by faith-based organizations. But when you look at the amounts of money going to, from the 38 billion under NHIF, Mr. Speaker, 22 billion is going to private hospitals, 8 billion to FBOs, and 7 billion to government. Yet, this money, if you were to go to government, they would enhance. What is happening there? Is there an element of corruption in terms of the payments, inflated bills? We need to know more about that. And then, is that actually the reason as to why there's a proposal on the floor to have a private hospital in the National Referral Hospital, that is Kenyatta National Hospital? Then number two, the Maputo Declaration requires that we have 15% of funding in the health sector to go to, 15% of the budget. But what mechanism has the minister put in place to achieve this? Because when you look at it, it's only a mere declaration, and yet this would go a long way in ensuring that UHC becomes a reality. And finally, there seems to be a very interesting scenario where the national government has gotten into contract with 40 counties, which have ceded power even to procure medicine, so that it is done centrally. Yet KEMSA has not done that very well. What is happening there in terms of, are we rolling back on the gains in the fact that health is actually devolved? What is happening with regards to the sovereignty of counties, with regards to execution of the role of health as a devolved function?
Thank you. Very well. Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also pass my condolences on behalf of Kisii County and the other counties for the loss that we have witnessed in Vihiga. The senseless loss of individuals brings to our notice some form of trend which is worrisome for the security of this country. I've seen also some of those events taking place in Kisii County, and now in Vihiga, there's a pattern which, if you look carefully, Mr. Speaker, is developing on how they want to terrorize from area to area, from homestead to homestead, and from county to county. Is there something beyond what we don't know? So my only intervention on this matter is that there are too many killings, senseless killings. People are losing their loved ones out of nothingness. And I plead with you, Mr. Speaker, that one of the things that we need to do, could the security department be able to give us further additional information what's going on in the country? Are we watching, are we seeing some form of rebellion? I think we're entitled to know this as people who want to run, who are in touch with the people at the county levels, that this is a worrying moment. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of universal health care, it's a pity that by now this country has not achieved the universal health care system. The Maputo Declaration, I was the Minister for Health. The Abuja Declaration, I was the Minister for Health, for Education at that time. And these percentages were very carefully thought about so that by the time, by 2020, this country should have attained a minimum universal healthcare delivery system. And some of the bottlenecks have been a clarity in the policy framework that will be able to put online on how the universal healthcare system should be achieved. I know I've seen some policy statements initiated by the Ministry of Health. Indeed, when I was there as the Minister for Health, I did initially, in my own conception, conceptualize the approach that it was going to run through a course of 13 levels before we could achieve a universal healthcare system. But alas, when we had only done 3, it was not possible. So what I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that with the Ministry of Health relook back to what we did in the 1990s late 1990s, and be able to work it forward to date with the experiences that have been achieved in the three or four pilot schemes for UHSC, so that it can be able to give us a composite approach on how we should be able to handle universal health care system. Because if you look at the policy statement, budget policy statement, we're just looking at the decline of those services in where these pilot projects have been carried out. So as a House, Mr. Speaker, we need now to be abreast of how are we going to turn the tables for a positive response and a possible resurrection of this UHSC system. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to join the people of Vihiga and the Senator for Vihiga on the statement that he raised earlier on the increased insecurity and murders in Vihiga County. This matter goes beyond Vihiga. On 23rd of February 2020, Mr. Speaker, one young man called Victor Otieno Awili, also known as Abayo, was found murdered in Kasgunga Ward in Suba North constituency. Mr. Speaker, the trouble and what makes many Kenyans sometimes lose faith in the government is the fact that the provincial administration still remains in the form that it was in before the promulgation of the new constitution. Indeed, the provincial administration has become even stronger, whereas in the past, chiefs and their assistants would walk on foot. Today, they all have motorcycles. Whereas they would rely on telegrams and postal letters, today they have mobile phones. Mr. Speaker, it then becomes difficult to convince the common Wananchi why it takes long to solve some of these murders and why it takes long for the provincial administration to rise to the occasion whenever they're required. I would like to urge the relevant committee that will be seized of this matter to look beyond the Vihiga killings and also to get a statement from the minister on the murder of Victor Otieno Awili. Because the people of Kasgunga are mourning, the people of Kasgunga believe that they have a government whose primary duty is to protect them, and the people of Kasgunga demand answers from that government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Kenywa.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Nataka kuungana na wenzangu kusema ya kwamba kutuma risala zetu za rambirambi kwa familia ya watu wa kutoka Vihiga waliohudhurika na jambo hili. Bwana Spika, jambo hili la ukosefu wa usalama limekuwa ni donda sugu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kuamkia usiku wa leo, Laikipia katika eneo la mahali kunaitwa Kimanju, watu walishambuliwa na kuuawa watu 4. Kuliuliwa mzee anaitwa Lekietei, Lekishulai na Lesemaita, Bwana Spika, na hakuna chochote kilichoibiwa. Inaonekana ni kana kwamba watu walikuja kushambulia kusudi waweze kuondoa watu katika sehemu zao. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo linasumbua sana. Bwana Spika, katika sehemu ya Mwenje juzi kuliuliwa mzee anaitwa Richard na ng'ombe wakaibiwa, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hili jambo la ukosefu wa usalama limekuwa likitusumbua, na mimi lile ambalo ningependa kusema ni ya kwamba kamati inayohusika wazingatie kuangalia hasa upande wa Laikipia. Kutoka kuondolewa kwa hawa askari wa NPR kumekuwa na ukosefu wa usalama, kila wakati watu wanashambuliwa na kuuawa. Kwa hivyo tungeomba ya kwamba kamati inayohusika iangalie kwa undani haya maneno, na hasa tushughulikie jambo la NPR. Sisi tunajua NPR wakiletwa katika sehemu ya Laikipia, mambo ya usalama yamekuwa mazuri, lakini kutoka NPR waondolewe, tumekuwa tunafedheheka na tunakuwa na shida kila wakati. Asante Bwana Spika.
Very well. I hope the committee is taking, the committees are making notes. Senator Kenywa has raised the issue of the NPR, KPR. Senator Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me this. Sorry, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Apology for giving me this opportunity. And I want to start by congratulating Senator Haniri for coming up with a statement on security of Vihiga. And on behalf of my family and persons with disabilities in Kenya, I condole the families of Ambani for the loss of their loved ones. And Honorable Speaker, my thoughts are that there's need to actually ensure that research is done, an intensive research, to find out what is the lacuna in the area of law and policing that is actually encouraging even petty but very dangerous thugs to do the heinous activities that they do. Honorable Speaker, there's actually a gap that needs to be filled because the police officers have a core role to ensure that they protect people and their properties. And so the relevant committee needs to work with speed and ensure that they are filling that gap. Honorable Speaker, kindly allow me to comment on Senator Kinywa's statement on the issue of Nakuru becoming a city. And I want to say that this is a well thought statement because when you look at Nakuru itself, it has all the characteristics of being a city. It is densely populated, it has all the transport, it has the colleges, and it is diverse. When it comes to the population, it is cosmopolitan city. And apart from that, Honorable Speaker, it has all the factors of production. It has land, it has labor, it has capital. So there's need for it to be elevated to the city status. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Were Lokorio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to join my colleagues in contributing to statements by various members. I would like to make a contribution to the statement by Senator Bshiro Halake on the epidemic of foot and mouth disease to a livestock farmer. Mr. Speaker, I had a similar statement, so I will raise issues that were not in her statement that the ministry should look into as the answer to these questions. One, that the ministry should table a list of counties that are suffering loss due to this outbreak of foot and mouth disease and what it is doing to prevent further loss in the said counties. The ministry should also tell us the government's plan in regards to compensating farmers and those who have lost immensely due to the outbreak. The ministry should also indicate the cumulative period in which this disease has been a menace to farmers in different counties for the last 5 years. The outbreak is not just happening now, it has been going on, but people have been ignoring it. Next, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry to tell us if it's aware that 70% of the entire veterinary workforce at national and county level will retire by the end of this year. And therefore, that is also a contribution to some of these animal diseases that we are seeing. There is a shortage of veterinary doctors. If 70% are set to retire end of this year, how is the government preparing when this eventually happens? And Mr. Speaker, also that the ministry should tell us what is the succession management plan within the veterinary sector. And lastly, that meat inspectors have complained of harassment from county officials. Is the government aware? And how is this a threat to food safety in this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I hope the relevant committee is listening. How on earth can 70% of personnel from one department retire 1 year? Were they all born on the same day? 70%? Did you say 70%, Senator? They are retiring, all the veterinary doctors and technicians in the national and county governments. 70% of them are retiring this year. Sounds strange, but we would wait for the committee to tell us whether that is the case, because then it sounds quite out of this world. Very well, we want to bring this to a close and allow Senator Nyamunga to say something, and then the majority leader. Majority leader, are you on this one or you're on other things? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the statements that have been put forward by my colleagues. First of all, I would like to support the statement for request of additional time to look into the upgrading or elevation of Nakuru town to a county or to a city status. Mr. Speaker, it is important that more time is given because before we come up, and being a member of the committee, before we come up with any tangible decision on it, whether it should be upgraded or to make recommendations, it is important that we come up with, I mean, we find time to do the due diligence so that everything that is required for any town to be elevated to a city is taken into account. Mr. Speaker, there are several towns that have been elevated to the city status. For example, Kisumu and Mombasa. I believe there are some work that must be done by the county governments, but I also believe that there are some input that the national government must put in place. So much as the Nakuru Nakuru town is ripe to be upgraded to city status, it is important that we look into all parameters and make sure that when a report is given, it is a report that will not be rejected because we will have taken into account all the parameters that is required for upgrading to a city status. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the issue of insecurity, it's not only about thuggery. I think the insecurity is touching even on the way we have seen our people die in the hands of the security system, the security personnel. Not very long ago, around December, we lost like three youth. And the reason that the youth were lost is as a result of shooting by the policemen. And the reason is mistaken identity or I don't know. In fact, there are two cases that are very, very serious, where a young person was going to save somebody who was in an accident, but in the process, the police came and shot him.
Summarize. We've run out of time.
And the reasons were not genuine, Mr. Speaker, sir. So it is important that we look at the issue of insecurity as much as possible so that people live in harmony and people live without fear in any part of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader, some three or so minutes.
Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Senator Kaniri for coming with this very important statement. I read the story in a newspaper and I saw also on TV, Mr. Speaker. It's a horrendous story about a family being, a father, mother, 2 children being killed. It's very sad. I can't just even imagine sometimes what we go through and what that family is going through, Mr. Speaker. If only us who are leaders, who are not even related, Mr. Speaker, when you go there, you feel so bad. How much more is it for the family that is affected directly? So, Mr. Speaker, this is very sad. Mr. Speaker, there was a time similar thing happened in Bungoma County, and I guess, was it Kakamega, and a few more counties. It's kind of, there's a vigilante, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes just forms up, goes and attacks people. You don't even know the motive, because if they don't steal anything, if, Mr. Speaker, they are not robbers, they are not interested in any of property in that family. I think that is very sad. First of all, we need to stop, the police need to stop this thing of no stone will be left unturned. And, Mr. Speaker, just come back with answers. There are too many stones, they have said, they will be left unturned. So we are tired with that phrase. What we want, Mr. Speaker, is that the truth comes out, the perpetrators are apprehended, and, Mr. Speaker, they are brought to justice, so that, Mr. Speaker, even the people of that community will not live in eternal fear, wondering whether the next family is going to be attacked. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, such a family needs support. The ministry that deals with social welfare, the children who will be left back, Mr. Speaker, need direct support. I know sometimes there are registered elders and orphans and widows that sometimes send money by the state. It should be extended, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Speaker, orphans like those. And immediately, information of that nature comes to the notice of the government. I think I would encourage Senator George Kaniri to get in touch with the ministry responsible on matters of social welfare, so that such children are registered and they are put on government scholarship, Mr. Speaker, and maybe a stipend for the people who are going to take care of those children, to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, the least we can do as a republic to just encourage them to continue pursuing their life, because it's even extremely difficult for that family to progress. Once again, congratulations, Senator Kaniri, for always being at the forefront of bringing issues that affect the people of Vika. No wonder Senator Kaniri is here for 6 terms, Mr. Speaker. So we have a lot of things to learn from him. We thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The senators, I would like to make the following communication relating to the statement made by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations concerning the application for conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. Honorable Senators, as you're aware, on 21st November 2019, I conveyed to the Senate a resolution of the Nakuru County Assembly on an application by the Nakuru County Executive for conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. The resolution of the County Assembly was referred to the Senate for consideration pursuant to Section 8(5) of the Urban Areas and Cities Act. To enable the Senate process the matter efficiently and effectively, I directed that the resolution of the Nakuru County Assembly be committed to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations to undertake an inquiry into the matter and present a report to the Senate on or before the 25th of February 2020, which is today. Honorable Senators, following the statement by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, it is clear now that the Standing Committee requires more time to complete the exercise. While the Urban Areas and Cities Act does not prescribe a specific time frame within which the Senate is required to make a determination on the application, we must, however, be alive to the values and principles of public service, where state organs are required to be responsive, prompt, impartial, and effective in service delivery to the public. It is for this reason, therefore, that I now direct the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations to expeditiously conclude its inquiry into this important matter and present a report to the Senate on or before Thursday, the 26th March 2020, without fail, without explanation, and without extension. Thank you. Very well, that's the end of this matter. What is it, Senator Mwinyi? Are you on a point of order? Because we want to close this business now and move on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in November 2019, I requested a statement on the FKF elections, which were due to start in that month. And the statement was referred to the Labor and Social Relations Committee, Social Welfare Committee. And last week I received a statement, a response from the said committee, which included a report from the ministry together with the annexures, including a constitution of the FKF. Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement never addressed the core issues that I had
Be brief, Senator Faki. What is the problem?
Yes.
Because you're on a point of order.
The problem is that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement that was brought, the response that was brought was not adequate.
It's inadequate.
It was inadequate, and it never addressed the issues that we had complained of.
Which committee is that?
Labor and Social Welfare
Where is
Committee.
chairperson, Labor and Social Welfare? Or vice chair? Senator Dr. Milgo.
Yes, I think we tried our best,
It
but then
is
if there are still
claimed that your
contentious,
best was not good enough.
if there are still contentious issues, we are very ready. That is one of the best committees, by the way.
Order, Senator. Order. You see, your reports should be the ones speaking for yourself. You should not come here and glorify. Yes, so what are you doing about Senator Mwinyi's concern? And by the way, Senator Mwinyi, what would you like the committee to do?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee never addressed the issue that you had raised.
So what should they do?
They should have summoned the minister together with the president of FKF.
It's about the soccer and
Yes.
the elections.
Yes.
Yeah, it's important. Look for Minister Amina committee. Okay? I'll give you 1 week. Thursday next week, you must be ready. Without fail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. Then after that, now you can praise your committee after you deliver. After you deliver. What is it, Senator Aaron Cheruyot?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd wish to just make a very small reaction in perhaps under a minute to the communication that you've just given. It's very encouraging to hear the words that you gave, especially on the element that despite the fact that there are no legal timelines on us as a house to handle this particular matter, in the spirit of public good and being seen as an institution that wants the prosperity of our nation, you want us to expedite this issue. This is a very exciting journey. I'm a neighbor of Nakuru County, therefore by extension, I would be glad if they are befitted that status because it means next on the line. After Nakuru is Kericho before you get to Kisumu. So I know we should be next on line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought you would say, since they say Kiambu is the bedroom of Nairobi, so the bedroom of Nakuru will be Kericho. All right, that's more realistic, I think, other than the other ambitious statement you've made. Although I wish the people of Kericho County all the best. Yes.
You have to be careful with some of the remarks because you know Kericho is the city of your in-laws. If I give them the report that you don't think that much of them, I'm not sure they'll be very happy.
Which standing order talks about the county of the speaker's in-laws. It's okay, Senator Aaron Cheruyot. Senator Moses Kajwang, you're on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I'll not talk about your in-laws because I thought you had some in-laws in Homa Bay, not just Kericho, but I think I'm revealing too much.
Yeah, too many. These in-laws, yes.
But I just wanted to follow the comments raised by Senator Cheruyot. That section of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, which you have rightly indicated does not have timelines. And I was just wondering, in the past you have guided this House very well, where there are such lacunas, because there's no timeline for Senate's consideration, and there's no timeline for Senate's transmission of the decision to the President, such that the committee can report back to the Senate, and we are not bound in how fast we should take that to the President. Perhaps this could be one of those other areas where you could give a ruling that can guide us pending an amendment of the Urban Areas and Cities Act.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. As you have realized, the law doesn't say the time which the Senate should consider or should take in considering such an application. But as we have said, the values of public service demand that you act promptly, efficiently, and in the public good. In other words, without unreasonable delay. Likewise, it is my view that once the committee has submitted the report to the Senate, that report, notwithstanding that there are no timelines by which the decision of the Senate will be conveyed to the President, that notwithstanding, the decision must be conveyed within a reasonable time, and in my view, that reasonable time should be such a time period as is normally the case when the Senate is communicating its legislative decisions to the head of state, and normally it is within 14 days. So ordered. In the meantime, the relevant committee can look at the Urban Areas and Cities Act and see whether they could tighten that aspect and other aspects of the law. That's why we are here. We keep on improving the law all the time. Thank you, Senators. I would like to appreciate or acknowledge visitors from Kiambu County, from Loreto Gaos, Limuru. These are students and teachers. I would like to welcome them. And in our usual tradition of receiving and welcome visitors to Parliament, I say karibuni on behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, I wish you a fruitful visit. Thank you. Very well. Very well. Next order. Next order. Next order.
Order number 8, Committee of the Whole. Committee.
Order, Honorable Senators. Order, Honorable Senators. We are now at the Committee of the Whole considering the National Assembly amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2018.
National Assembly amendment to clause 2.
I propose a question that the National Assembly. Mover to move.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment clause 2 of the bill be approved. As per the order paper. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to propose that the question, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment of clause 2 of the bill be approved as per the order paper. Mr. Speaker, we have no problem with the amendment as proposed by the National Assembly, and therefore, because basically what they are doing is to, instead of using Cabinet Secretary, we are using the Attorney General's office insofar as, Mr. Speaker, administrative management of the office of county attorneys across the country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I propose that it be approved. Do I need a seconder? No, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights.
Chair. You have to propose the question.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 2 of the bill be approved. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that the Office of County Attorney Bill be amended as proposed in Clause 2, and the Committee of the Senate has considered the amendment and approves the recommendation of the National Assembly as it does not alter fundamentally the bill as proposed. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 2 of the bill be approved. Division at the end. National Assembly amendment to Clause 5. Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 5 of the bill be approved. Mr. Speaker, actually not proposed, but I move, the Speaker, that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 5 of this bill be approved. Again, just for the same reasons as I gave earlier, the amendments related to the adoption of the Office of the Attorney General as an administrative organ and institution at the national level instead of a cabinet secretary.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 5 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. The Committee of Legal Affairs, Justice and Legal Affairs agrees with the proposed amendment to Clause 5(2)(b) on the reasons that Mr. Chairman, the Clause 5(2)(a) provides for the qualification of the county attorney, and 5(2)(b), the proposed amendment, only inserts yet another qualification, which is legal practitioner, and we are satisfied as a committee it is sufficient for that person to be appointed as a county attorney and approves the amendment.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 5 of the bill be approved. Division at the end. National Assembly amendment to Clause 6. Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I move the motion that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 6 of the bill be approved.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 6 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. The committee agrees with the proposed amendment to Clause 6 by the National Assembly on the grounds that the Senate had approved that the county attorney will serve for one term of a renewable term of 6 years. The National Assembly has amended that, which means that the term of that county attorney will be renewable, and further, that the amendment to Clause 6 will as provided by National Assembly will put the county attorney in the status and rank of a member of the county executive member, which the Committee of the Senate Justice, Legal and Affairs agrees, concurs, and approves. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 6 of the bill be approved. Division at the end. National Assembly amendment to Clause 20. Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I move the motion that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 20 of the bill be approved.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 20 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. The Justice and Legal Affairs has no objection to the amendments on the grounds that the National Assembly has amended the definition of Cabinet Secretary in clause 22 and deleted to read Attorney General, which is in tandem with the Constitution of Kenya, and therefore the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs has no objection and approves that amendment.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 20 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 29.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 29 of this bill be approved. It's just in consonance with what I already said about changing from the Cabinet Secretary to the Attorney General.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 29 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. The Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs has no objection to the amendment, and the amendment, Mr. Speaker, proposes to give power to the Attorney General to amend the second schedule, which is the Code of Conduct, and to give him the mandate, give him or her the mandate to make regulations. That amendment is in tandem with the Constitution, and the committee recommends and concurs with the same. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 29 of the bill be approved. Division at the end. Honorable Senators, that brings us to the end of our consideration on the National Assembly amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill. And because we don't have the necessary numbers for division, we will proceed to report progress. So now we will proceed to report progress on the National Assembly amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2018. Mover.
No. Reporting progress. That's the second portion. Just we are reporting up to here.
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order number 148, I beg to move that the committee do report progress on its consideration of the National Assembly amendment to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. Chairperson.
Honorable Senators, I put the question, which is that the committee do report progress on its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2018, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we now the Committee of the Whole considering the National Assembly amendments to the petition to county assemblies procedure, Bill Senate Bills number 22 of 2018.
National Assembly amendments to Clause 5.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly I beg to move that the, not close by close. Okay. I beg to move that the petition to, the amendments to the petition to County Assembly's Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018, be now approved. Which amendments are contained in the order paper as indicated in clause 5. Mr. Speaker, I beg that it be approved.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment clause 5 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs agrees with the amendments to clause 5.3 as shown 5.3, 5.3b, 4 and 5 as shown in the order paper. The amendment by the National Assembly in 5.3 seeks to remove word shall and put may, which means that the provisions of paragraph A and B of subclause 3 are now optional as opposed to mandatory. The second amendment in B of subclause 3 seeks to give the County Assembly, by introducing a new paragraph where committees of the County Assembly can conduct site visits if they find it necessary. The committee noted that the public participation principle on public participation is enshrined in the Constitution, and further, the Petitions to Parliament under Procedure Act 2012, which provides for procedure of making consideration for petitions, does not stipulate the procedure to be taken when considering a petition. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, the amendment provides for consideration of petitions in accordance with the standing orders of every relevant house, because even our standing orders are silent on the steps to be taken when considering such a petition. Therefore, the step-and-step procedure amendments by the National Assembly are agreeable to the committee, and we concur and approve the same. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 5 of the bill be approved. Division at the end. Honorable Senators, since there is only one amendment to this bill, we are now reporting progress. Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendment to the petition to County Assembly's Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Honorable Senators, I will put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the petition to County Assembly's Bill, Senate Bills number. So this is what I'm reading. Sorry, Honorable Senators. I will put the question again, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Assembly amendments, the petition to County Assembly's Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018, of the petition, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we now proceed. We are still at the Committee of All, considering the National Assembly amendments to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018.
National Assembly amendments to Clause 2.
Mover. Ni mingi, unaweza.
Where are we now? Okay. Clause 2, right? The Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 2 of the Early Childhood Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, be approved.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 2 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Thank you, Chair. That clause, I move that Clause 2 be approved because of the following reasons. A, in the definition of the term Education Appeals Tribunal, by deleting the expression section 92 and substituting therefore the expression section 93. B, deleting the definition of the term people. And C, inserting the following new definition in their proper alphabetical sequence. Children with special needs means children in need of special needs education. Learner has the meaning assigned to it in the Teacher Service Commission. Special needs education has the meaning assigned to it in the Basic Education Act. Village administrator means the office of a village administrator established under Section 52 of the County Governments Act.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment. I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 2 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendments to Clause 8.
Mover. Senators kindly approach the chair.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sorry, thanks for that consultation. It took a little bit long. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the motion that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 8 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 8 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
We agree as proposed by the amendments. Thank you. We agree to the amendments as proposed by the National Assembly. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 8 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to Clause 9.
Mover?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 9 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 8 of the bill be approved. 9 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Chair, we does agree with the amendments as contained from the National Assembly in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 9 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendments to clause 15.
Mover?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 15 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 15 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Mr. Speaker, we concur with the National Assembly Amendment Bill 15 as contained in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 15 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 16.
Mover?
Mr. Speaker, I propose that the National Assembly amendment, I move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 16 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 16 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
We agree with the National Assembly Amendment Bill, clause 16 as placed on the order paper, as contained in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 16 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendments to clause 20.
Mover?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 20 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 20 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Mr. Chair, we don't agree with the amendments from the National Assembly as contained in the order paper on clause 20.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 20 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 23.
Mover?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 23 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 23 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Chair, we don't agree with the amendment of the National Assembly as contained in clause 23 of the bill.
I put a question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 23 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 24.
Mover?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 24 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 24 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Mr. Chair, we don't agree with the amendments of the National Assembly as contained in the order paper, clause 24.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 24 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 25.
Mover?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 25 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 25 of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
We don't agree with the National Assembly amendment bill as contained in clause 25 on the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 9 Sorry, Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 25 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 27.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 27 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 27 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we did deliberate on this issue, and we rejected this amendment because it has the mischief of converting public property into private property. And therefore, in our deliberations, it was felt necessary that in order to avoid any of the public institutions being converted into private institutions, these institutions have been built by public funds and should not be converted into private institutions. And therefore, the amendment seeks to align the bill with the provisions of Section 43(2) of the Basic Education Act number 14 of 2013, and which provides that a public basic education institution shall not be converted to private basic education institution or any other private status without consultation with the National Assembly. And therefore, clause 27 of the bill is therefore amended by deleting subsection 2, deleting subsection 2 and substituting therefore the following new subclause 2. A public education center shall not be converted to a private education center or to any other private status without consultation with the County Education Board and approved by the County Executive Committee member.
Honorable Senators, I therefore put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 27 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 28.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 28 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 28 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, once again, we rejected this amendment, and the reasons that were being given is empowers a sponsor to make proposals and not recommendations for the review of the syllabus, curriculum, books, and other teaching materials. We believe that the role of a sponsor should not include spiritual support. Kenya is a liberal country that enjoys freedom of conscience, religion, belief, and opinion under Article 32 of the Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the clause of the clause 28 of the bill be amended by deleting subclause 4 and substituting thereof the following new subclause 4. Notwithstanding the generality of subsection 2, the role of the sponsor under subsection 1 shall be 2A, participate and make proposals. If you notice, they're making recommendations. Make proposals for the review of syllabus, curriculum, books, and other teaching aids, and be of a financial, instructional, and spiritual support to the education center. So we're moving that word spiritual to give it quite free. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 28 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 29.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to clause 29 be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 29 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the amendment by the National Assembly as contained in the order paper on clause 30. Thank you.
29? Order Chairperson, clause, we are considering clause 29.
As contained in clause 29, sorry.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 29 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 30.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to clause 30, National Assembly amendments to clause 30 be now approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 30 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly Amendment Bill, Clause 30, as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 30 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 33.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to clause 30
23
be 33, okay, sorry. That National Assembly amendments to clause 33 be now approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 33 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Mr. Chair, we are rejecting that deletion of that article because it involves that the early childhood education should not have the Parents Teachers Association as provided for under Part 8 of the Basic Education Act of 2013. The Parents Teachers Association is a critical association in the management of a learning institution. There is no harm of including it in the bill though it is included in the in another act of Parliament. ECD being a primary act, I think we feel that the Parents Teachers Association should form part and a parcel of that amendment. Therefore, we do not agree with the National Assembly amendment bill that this particular Parents Association should be deleted.
Honorable Chairperson, we inform you that the Chairperson informs you that on the clauses that the committee is proposing rejection or has rejected, the House can only approve or reject the amendment of the National Assembly.
That's why I said we are rejecting that amendment of the National Assembly as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I make further clarification that the House will not make further amendments at this stage. We are only required to approve or reject. Now I proceed to put the question. I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 33 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 35.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments contained in clause 35 be now approved as provided for in the standing orders, in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 35 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly amendment bill as proposed in the order paper of 35.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 35 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 36.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments as contained in National Assembly amendments to clause 36 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 36 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, this is one of the clauses we are rejecting, and the basis for the rejection is there is need to provide a detailed qualification framework on the requirements for early childhood education for teachers. The amendment places responsibility on the Teacher Service Commission on the requirements for a person to qualify for employment as an early childhood education. This is in line with the provisions of Article 237(3) of the Constitution. And additionally, the county governments have the power to recruit early childhood education teachers, but must do so only from the register of trained registered teachers held by the Teacher Service Commission within its mandate as held by the court in Kenya National Union of Teachers versus Attorney General and 4 others. And therefore, on the basis of that, we reject this amendment.
Honorable Senators, I therefore put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 36 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 37.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to the bill as contained in clause 37 inside the order paper be approved.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 37 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, once again, we are rejecting this clause because the amendment seeks to ensure standards of education adhere to this amendment seeks to establish early childhood education committee within the county education board to guard against the establishment of too many governance structures whose mandates may overlap. And therefore, we are rejecting, this is the role of county education board. The county education board may create committees to deal with the implementation of early childhood education in each county as the basis arises. Therefore, on the basis of that, there's no need again to impose through the law other additional governance structures to be supervised under the education board, which is already in existence. Therefore, on the basis of that, we reject that amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 37 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 41.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments as contained amendments to clause 41 as contained in the order paper be now approved.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 41 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chairman, we don't agree with the amendment by the National Assembly as contained in the order paper of clause 41.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 41 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 43.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 43 of the bill be now approved as contained in the order paper.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 43 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we don't agree with the amendments as contained in the order paper, clause 43 from the National Assembly.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 43 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 44.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 44 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments clause 44 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, we rejected these amendments on the basis that even the amendment seeks to ensure standards of education are adhered to in private education centers. The amendments aligns the provisions on standards of education in basic education institutions as contained in the Basic Education Act number 14 of 2013, which provides that private institutions shall comply and follow the curriculum as approved by the KICD. One of the reasons why we're saying this is that Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development is not the only curricular developer. There is need to have other bodies develop curriculum. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development can then approve the curriculum from different curricular development bodies for use in early childhood education. The reason for rejecting this is that there are many other institutions who are offering education at the early childhood level, at the primary, at basic education level, and at the tertiary and secondary education level, leading to other qualifications framework which are not within this country, and they are being allowed to operate as private institutions. To compel them to be able to stick to the KICD curriculum will be compelling them to be able to operate a curriculum that they may not want to offer in this area. Therefore, we should give them latitude. The only thing that we should be ensured is that this curricula is being passed or is being okayed by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Therefore, on the basis of that, we don't feel that we should subject other institutions that are running educational programs in this country to a single KICD curriculum which is being operated in public schools. On the basis of that, we reject this amendment.
Honorable Senators, I therefore proceed to put the question that the National Assembly amendment clause 44 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 46.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 46 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment clause 46 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly amendment bill clause 47 as contained in the order paper.
46. Chairperson.
46, sorry. 46, I'm sorry. 46.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 46 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 47.
Mover. Mover.
Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to the clause 47 be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 47 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly amendment bill as contained in the order paper, clause 47.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 47 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly amendment to clause 56.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to clause 56 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 56 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly amendment bill of clause 56 as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 56 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly Amendment to Clause 63.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 63 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 63 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly bill as contained in order paper, Clause 63.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 63 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly Amendment to Clause 64.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 64 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 64 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the amendment from the National Assembly as contained in the order paper of Clause 64 of the bill.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 64 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly Amendment to Clause 66.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 66 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 63 or 66 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with Clause 66 as amended by the National Assembly as contained in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 66 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly Amendment to Clause 68.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 68 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 68 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the contentious clause that we rejected because it seeks to delete paragraph H on regulation of teachers in an early childhood education center by the Cabinet Secretary for Education, when we know that the mandate, the deletion of paragraph H may necessarily ensure that there is no conflict of mandate between the Cabinet Secretary and Teacher Service Commission, since the regulation of the teaching profession is the constitutional mandate of the Teacher Service Commission. And therefore, we need to seek clarity during the mediation on the roles of both the Cabinet Secretary and Teacher Service Commission vis-a-vis on the regulation, operations of the regulation. And therefore, we feel that it's in conflict with the Constitution, and therefore they cannot delete this. On the basis of that, we reject this amendment.
Honorable Senators, I therefore proceed to put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 68 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly Amendment to Clause 69.
Mover.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that the National Assembly, I move that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 69 of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 69 of the bill be approved. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly Amendment Bill on Clause 69 as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to Clause 69 of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
National Assembly Amendment to the Schedule.
Mover.
Schedule. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendment to second schedule of the bill be approved as contained in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to the second schedule of the bill be approved. Chairperson?
Chair, we don't agree with the National Assembly and the second schedule as approved in the order paper.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to the second schedule of the bill be approved. Division at the end.
One process here. The reporting progress first.
Honorable Senators, we have concluded consideration of National Assembly amendments on the early childhood bill. We will now proceed to report progress. Mover.
The read progress thing. So Speaker, I beg Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order number 148, I beg to move that the committee do report progress on its consideration of the National Assembly amendment to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Honorable Senators, I will put the question, which is that the committee do report progress on its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, we are now going to report progress. And the first one would be the consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2018. Mover. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2018, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the same report and ask Senator Pereno to second.
Senator Pereno.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, please take your seats, Chair. Please take your seat. Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I will now put a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The second report is on the National Assembly amendments to the petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the National Assembly amendments to the petition to County Assemblies Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the committee do agree with the said report and ask Senator Mwaruma to second.
Senator Mwaruma.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I will now put a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. The third bill for consideration, Senators, is the National Assembly amendments to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that the Committee of the Whole has considered the National Assembly amendments to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report and ask Senator Argura to second.
Senator Argura. You are not on record. Senator Argura, you are not on record? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I will now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Senator Argura, please approach the speaker. Honorable Senators, that brings us to the close of the considerations of the National Assembly amendments. Next order.
Order number 11, the Sectional Properties Bill, Senate Assembly Bills number 23 of 2019, second reading.
Honorable members, following some consultations, order number 11 has been deferred. Also, the same affects order number 12. Just a minute. Oh yeah, the Vice Chair. Call the order first, please.
Order number 12, motion, adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on its inquiry into projects undertaken by the Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ferry Services, and the National Social Security Fund.
Vice Chair, Senator Kura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the motion that Senate adopts the committee report on committee-initiated inquiries on projects undertaken by the Kenya Maritime Authority, the Kenya Ferry Services, and National Social Security Fund. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Senate Standing Orders number 28-3, the committee undertook inquiry into the following issues.
Honorable Senator, can you move first? Okay. Move the motion as is.
Okay. Can I have the copy? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on its inquiry into the projects undertaken by Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ferry Services, and the National Social Security Fund, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 21st November 2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Roads and Transportation, on its own motion, decided to, pursuant to Senate Standing Orders 28-3, undertook inquiry into the following issues, which were ongoing projects of public concern because they are being implemented by government institutions to follow up on issues which are rising up. The first one is the issue of the proposed Likoni cable car project of the Kenya Ferry Service to establish the following issues, because this was a new project and the committee wanted to establish issues so that to ensure that what is being done is in the interest of the country and the public. First is to determine the details of the concession agreement between Trapos Limited and the Kenya Ferry Services on the Likoni car cable project. Secondly is to establish the total cost of the project. Thirdly, the mode of financing. Fourthly, details of the project implementation status. And lastly, the expected project commencement and completion dates. Further, following the Likoni ferry tragedy on 29 September 2019, the committee resolved to make a site visit to inspect the Likoni ferry managed by the Kenya Ferry Service and seek statements from the Kenya Ferry Service, the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure and Housing, and relevant stakeholders, including the Mombasa County government. The second visit was to the Kenya Maritime Authority on the construction of the Kenya Maritime Authority headquarters, specifically to ascertain the following. First, the total cost of the project, the tendering process, the bills of quantities and value for money for the project. Thirdly, the committee also checked on the construction of Hasina Towers by the National Social Security Fund to establish the following: the status of the stalled construction of the Hasina Towers, including the sequence of the events and the circumstances that gave rise expenditure and variation, where a quarter of the project was undertaken with the same cost over a period of 10 years. Madam Speaker, the summary of the committee's observations following the visit to the three institutions are that for the Kenya Ferry Service on the Likoni Car Cable project, on the Likoni Cable Car project, first, the observations the committee made is on the proposed fees to be charged, because it was indicated that the Kenya shillings 20 will be charged to foreigners and tourists, but this was found to be below the international and comparable charges, which will severely compromise the project's income, the projected income of the project. Also, on the project viability and public participation, the viability of the project was a concern to the committee, and also the committee observed that there was also the issue of public and stakeholder involvement in the conceptualization of the project, which was not demonstrated by the proponents of the project. On value for money, the committee observed that how the project's costs were derived and value for money of the project was questioned by the committee, because the cost was given by the proponents of the project. Further to these observations, the committee raised the following concerns. One, the justification for awarding the cable car tenders to Trapos Limited as a non-competitive, privately initiated investment proposal under Section 61, 1 and 2 of the PPP Act of 2013, which was not clear to the committee. So they questioned that justification, how it was awarded without any competitive bidding. Two, the committee questioned the nature of invention or innovation by Trapos Limited to justify the intellectual property rights, because this was a normal project, a cable car project was being implemented everywhere else, but Trapos Limited was claiming to be paid some percentage of the proceeds, as taking into account that they think this is, they have some intellectual property rights over a normal transport system. Thirdly, the committee also raised the following concern: the identity and the capacity of Trapos Limited, including the history of undertaking similar cable car projects, shareholding of the company, financial foothold and value of the proposition in the project. Also, the committee was concerned on whether the cable car project was well value propositioned. In relation to the Likoni accident of 29 September 2019, the committee made the following observations. The Likoni ferry route had a high volume of vehicles and pedestrian traffic, which requires constant marshalling. Madam Speaker, maybe to elaborate indeed, the approaches, when the committee visited the ferry, the approaches, the way the human traffic and the vehicular traffic is controlled, requires to be improved. The victim of the ill-fated vehicle had not followed the proper lines when boarding the ferry. This is something to do with the management of the traffic. Where do the vehicles approach from? Where do the public approach from? And in this case, it was discovered that the vehicle did not approach from the right point for the vehicle. The ramp of the ferry on which the ill-fated vehicle was not properly drawn, which left the vehicle on a sloping angle. The video replays of the incident indicated that the driver and the passenger of the vehicle, the late Miss Mariam Kigenda and Amanda Mudeu, had not in fact exited the vehicle nor lowered their windows, which meant that they could not escape in the event that the vehicle slipped into the sea. The committee also observed that there were no emergency rescue vehicles at the time of the accident, which meant that the victims could not be saved from drowning. The committee also observed that some of the ferries in operation, particularly the older vessels, did not have functional ramps, which left users at risk of slipping overboard into the sea. And lastly, that a rudimentary rescue service was in place following the accident, and more needed to be done to avoid similar incidents in future. On the Kenya Maritime Authority headquarters, on the issue of value for money, the committee questioned the necessity of the building, which, with consideration to the capacity of the intended building and whether the KMA was capable of adequately utilizing the intended facility, because the whole issue was about KMA being told to scale down the building. Variation of cost. On the variation of cost, the committee observed that there was a question on the variation of the initial cost of the project as a result of continuous adjustment and alterations. Lastly, on the accountability of the project, the committee noted that the Kenya Maritime Authority generates its own revenue and that this revenue could be used for various projects as opposed to concentrating on the construction of a new ultra-modern headquarters. On the National Social Security Fund project, the Hasina Towers, the committee observed that the original project design of the Hasina Towers has been changed 3 times. Initially, it was supposed to be a 24-story building. Then it was reduced to 21, then to 17, and currently it's done up to 15. The project was not changed despite the multiple alterations made due to proposed design of the building. The committee noted that with concern that despite the construction of the project changing over time, the consultants of the project remained the same. And even at the end of the day, the project, which was supposed to be 24 floors, was done to 15 at the cost of the initial 24 floors, despite the fact that it took time, over 10 years. The committee noted with concern that despite the construction of the project changing over time, the consultant of the project remained the same, which means with the same consultant, then there will not have been this kind of variation, because it was the same consultant who was supervising even the design and all that. The committee also observed that there is pending litigation between the anchor tenant, that's Nakumat, and NSSF. That has yet to be resolved, because this is the building which houses Nakumat Lifestyle, and there was that problem because when NSSF wanted to continue with proceed with the construction, the second phase of the construction, which is now almost complete, they had agreements with Nakumat. So there was that issue of the tenancy agreement. Nakumat did not want to move out, so a lot of litigation took place, and that's one of the sources of delay that NSSF is claiming. The consultants in the projects were paid in advance despite the construction work not being completed. This is one of the observations we saw from the documentation. Madam Speaker, on the projects which the committee visited, the summary of the recommendation by the committee from the above observations are that in case of the Kenya Ferry Services, the Likoni Car Cable project, there should be value for money for effective implementation and utilization of the project. The award process of the project should be open, transparent, and fair within the provisions of the law. Lastly, demands provision of information on the background of the project components, including their global undertaking, financial capacity, competency, and integrity. On the Likoni ferry operations, the committee recommended the halting of the defective ferries such as MV Harambe, MV Nyayo, and MV Kilindini until funds will be availed to procure new ferries. The Ministry of Transport should ensure that all future ferry vessels have available spare parts within the market for ease of maintenance. Maybe what I can add here is To date, one ferry has been delivered, and from the minister's report which the committee received this week, the second one has there's some litigation issue which is delaying the delivery of the second one. So, but one has been delivered. The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Transport, and the Managing Director of Kenya Ferry Services to be invited to a meeting of the committee to provide evidence of the action on all the issues that has been raised by the committee, failure of which all ferries should be declared a disaster and ordered for grounding. All operating ferries should have functional ramps in order to prevent a repeat of the incident of 29 September 2019, and that the Kenya Ferry Service should outfit its vehicles for persons with disabilities in accordance with Section 23 of Persons with Disabilities Act, and also that the Kenya Ferry Service should ensure that it is protected from potentially adverse litigation arising from breach of occupier liability. And lastly, the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act 2018 should be implemented immediately, and in particular Section 8.1 regarding the provision of search and rescue services. On the Kenya Maritime Authority headquarters, the committee recommends that the management or responsible entities to account for the adjustment of the initial cost of the project as budgeted, the project implementation process and the award of tenders to various subcontractors be further investigated by the investigative authorities to ascertain prudence and value for money. Lastly, to incorporate risk management and feasibility when undertaking future projects. On the NSSF Hazina Towers, the committee recommends that the adjudication issues surrounding the project should be speedily resolved in order to avoid onerous cost of litigation. The Office of the Auditor General should undertake investigations into the Hazina Tower project in order to ascertain the viability of the project and whether there has been any irregularities in payment to consultants in the project. Lastly, Hazina Towers, the NSSF should indicate a final deadline for the completion of the Hazina Towers project. Madam Speaker, those are basically the recommendations of the committee on the projects public projects are going on, which it undertook on its own volition to check whether there is value for money for the public and recommendations, and the committee has to follow up with the relevant authority to make sure that the recommendations are implemented and there is value for money, there is prudency, and also in the case of the cable car, a project which is being introduced should not just take advantage of the problems we are having of ferries, but it should be something which is better and viable, taking into account the kind of traffic, the human traffic especially, which uses that channel. It must be something which can do better than what the ferries are doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator, who is seconding?
Madam Speaker, I ask Senator Pareno to second.
Senator Pareno.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion, and of course to thank the committee for a job well done. I was just looking at the observation of the committee when they visited and they say that they did site visits. They also did stakeholder consultations and a lot of deliberations, probably to understand how these ferry services and this project is being run. I have seen that the committee has gone to an extent of checking whether the disaster management operations, management of disasters is being done. And Madam Speaker, I was able to understand that there is a lot of drilling, there is a lot of training, and probably this has come up after what we have suffered. Madam Speaker, we don't have to go through what we went through to see that little girl, Amanda, that lovely face, that mother smiling, all full of life, and a family just lost in the manner that that family lost their lives. So, of course, we were shocked as a nation, and I'm happy that this committee has been able to cross-check to see whether our ferry services are doing what they're supposed to do, going to the extent of checking whether we have, how prepared we are for disasters, how we manage when they occur, and how we manage after the occurrence, whether we have some sort of training and drills to be able to know how to handle a disaster when it occurs. Madam Speaker, I'm also happy to learn that this committee went further to check on the status of this, the status of these ferries that are operating, the contracts that are running, how they are serviced, and everything that has to do with running these ferry services, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when you're told that the committee was able to observe that at the end of the day, we have a fee, I saw something like a fee of 20 shillings being charged on foreigners when they use these ferries. And when this committee compared the kind of charges that are done worldwide on when you're using that services, it's well below what is required, Madam Speaker. And you wonder how you undercharge, and then at the end of the day you say that we don't have money to run these services well, or you fall short of what is expected of you, when at the end of the day you've not even been able to realize what you're supposed to have realized in terms of the returns. For any project to be successful, there has to be a lot of investment in it. There has to be resources to run these programs. And therefore, when I saw this observation by the committee that you charge 20 bob for foreigners to use these services, then of course we now understand why we are unable to service our ferries in the right manner. Madam Speaker, the committee of course was able to check on the visibility and public participation in as far as the projects are concerned, and whether the public are aware of how to run these services, and whether they are aware of how to handle a situation when it occurs, Madam Speaker. And the committee went further to see how visible this project is, went further to see whether there is value for money, and that is how they came up with, they were able to note that this 20 bob is not really value for that service that is being provided, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, further concerns that were raised by this committee is the justification for the awarding of the cable car tender to a group called Trappers Limited, which were not competitive at the end of the day, and it is privately initiated under section, and they looked at the provisions of section 61(1) and 2 of the PPP Act of 2013. So some of these things are done contrary to what is provided for you. When you go tendering, you might then show some compromise, because why would you not do a non-competitive tender unless there is something fishy about it? So I'm happy that this committee has been able to point out that there was this that needs to be looked at. And the committee also questioned the nature of intervention or innovation by Trappers Limited to justify the Intellectual Property Act. It also looked at the identity and capacity of Trappers Limited, including the history of undertaking similar cable car projects, shareholding, financial foothold, and value proposition in the project, and whether the cable Madam Speaker, we need to relook at how we want to run projects in this country, whether it is those quick tenders so that you make that quick money and at the end of the day you lose lives at the end of the day, and we end up paying dearly for some of these shortcuts. And I think, Madam Speaker, that the recommendations by this committee should strictly be implemented so that at the end of the day we have better services. Otherwise, then we will be losing life day in, day out. And severally, Madam Speaker, you remember we kept hearing of stalled ferries in the middle of the seas as they cross, and we don't want to hear more of this. We've lost a lot of lives because of not being able to run this ferry system in the right manner. So I think these recommendations are good. We thank the committee for going out to come up with something that can help us improve on the services that are provided, because we cannot do without these ferries. We have to have them. It is a means of transport. It is also a means to uplift the standards of the people. It is a source of employment. We employ a lot of our people to run these ferries, but let us not do these shortcuts with these tenders and ending up losing lives in the process. So, Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator. I now propose the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on its inquiry into projects undertaken by the Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ferry Services, and the National Social Security Fund, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 21st November 2019. Members, I don't see a request, so I will go ahead to put the question. I would now like to put the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on its inquiry into projects undertaken by the Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ferry Services, and the National Social Security Fund, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 21st November 2019. Since it doesn't concern counties, I am now going to ask for your response. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Thank you, Senators. Having consulted, we defer order number 13. Next order.
Order number 14, motion on adoption of the report of the Parliament of Kenya delegation to the 7th Symposium of the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Hong Kong, held in Hong Kong on 22nd to 24th May 2019.
Senator Dr. Isaac Mora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion as read or as in the order paper. Mr. Speaker, the 7th Symposium of the Independent... Oh, thank you, sorry.
Honorable Senator, you need to move the motion, and there is no Mr. Speaker here.
Oh. Madam Speaker, I stand guided. I don't know how that actually happened. I beg to move, Madam Speaker, that the Senate notes the report of the Parliament of Kenya delegation to the 7th Symposium of the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Hong Kong, ICAC, held in Hong Kong on 22nd, 24th May 2019, and laid on the table on Wednesday, 19th February 2020. Madam Speaker, the 7th Symposium of the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Hong Kong, ICAC, or ICAC, which was co-sponsored by ICAC and the World Justice Project, was held in Hong Kong from 22nd to 24th May 2019. The theme of the symposium was Fighting Corruption, a New Perspective. It was attended by more than 500 leaders and professionals from more than 50 countries. The delegation of the Parliament of Kenya attended the symposium under the auspices of the African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption, APNAC, Kenya chapter, of which I serve as the secretary. Madam Speaker, the symposium was officially opened by the Chief Executive Officer, ideally like the Prime Minister, of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Honorable Madam Mrs. Carrie Luam Cheng, Yuet Ngor, that's a long name. She stated that the fight against corruption is an ongoing battle whose success heavily relies on individual country strategies, and because of its perpetually evolving nature that has made it complex, an effective and efficient global coalition, therefore, is needed, consisting of cooperating countries and anti-corruption agencies in order to synergize and tackle this graft across various jurisdictions. She pointed out that coalition against corruption should incorporate the media, civil society, and ordinary citizens. Madam Speaker, the rule of law, independent investigations, and prosecutorial institutions with an equally independent, robust judiciary have over time proven to be the effective combatants of the corruption menace and eventually ought to be safeguarded for the majoritarian good of society. Tough laws against money laundering, illicit financial flows, transparency in source of campaign funds, among other measures, have to be put in place to aid in the combat against corruption, because political corruption is the mother of all corruption. For the war against corruption to attain its set objectives, both old and new strategies have to be deployed to tackle it, not only in the public sphere, but also in the private sector. Technologies such as artificial intelligence and blockchain are some of the most effective contemporary means that can be applied to prevent, disrupt, and therefore minimize corruption, besides the traditional methods that have yielded results over time. Funds should therefore be set aside for the acquisition of these promising and emerging technologies within the ambit of the fourth industrial revolution. Madam Speaker, ground infrastructure projects offer opportunities to engage in corruption owing to involvement of a relatively large number of people, particularly the professionals involved in their conception, design, feasibility studies, environmental impact assessment, designs, and the eventual implementation of the projects. Such projects should therefore be thoroughly scrutinized at every stage to preempt occurrence of what I call development corruption. In instances where the professionals involved in the conception and implementation of such projects engaged in corrupt practices, commensurate sanctions as prescribed in law, including deregistration from professional bodies, should be applied without hesitation. Madam Speaker, investigative agencies should encourage whistleblowing and have programs in place to protect them. Further, naming and faming, actually, not shaming, should be introduced as a new strategy of encouraging people to report suspected cases of corruption. Naming and shaming, a strategy that has been deployed for a long time, should also continue to be done. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Kenya delegation to the symposium, which constituted Honorable Shakil Shabir, Member of Parliament for Kisumu and the Chair of the APNAC, Honorable Charles Muriuki Njagagwa, the Vice Chair, Honorable Isaac Mwaura, who is the Secretary, Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa, Honorable Senator Moses Wetangula, and accompanied by our staff, Lawrence Amolo and Dennis Nyasani, it is my pleasure and humble duty to submit this report for noting. Madam Speaker, when you look at the issue of the corruption, it is important to look at why we went to Hong Kong, because, Madam Speaker, this country was very, very corrupt in the 1970s. Corruption was so rampant to the extent that ambulance attendants would actually ask for tea money before they would pick up a patient. And the police were so corrupt that people were paying protection fees so that they would not be arraigned because of crimes such as gambling, prostitution, and what have you. But today, if you go to Hong Kong, it is actually one of the most developed countries in the world with the highest number of skyscrapers. It's actually a concrete jungle, more developed than even most of the jurisdictions in the West. And corruption is at its lowest, actually. And so therefore, this proves to us that it is actually possible to fight corruption. But it was very persistent, and the turning point was when one of the police officers who was engaged in corruption, actually an expatriate from England, ran away, and the people insisted on an anti-corruption inquiry, and through the establishment of ICAC, the person was extradited, and he was actually jailed for 4 years. From the proceedings of the conference, it has become quite clear that even some of the jurisdictions that were heretofore seen to be being very advanced in the fight against corruption, there is a relapse, especially in the West. But there are 3 tools that have been identified that would be very germane in the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, these include, but not limited to, law enforcement, the rule of law, prevention, and community education in the fight against corruption. It's also important, Madam Speaker, to speak to the issue of African Parliamentarians Against Corruption. This is actually a caucus that was established in 1999, and it is a successor to the Parliamentary Select Committee of the 10th Parliament with regards to the fight against corruption. The APNAC has been there since that time. It actually has been existing for the last 20 or so years. And one of the key achievements of APNAC is the list of shame, if you remember, in the late 90s, the list of shame that really highlighted people who had been very, very corrupt, and the refusal to pass a bill that would have otherwise given amnesty to everybody who had done corruption prior to 1997. APNAC has participated in ensuring that Kenya was the first country to sign the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and has also, among other little wins, stopping the Prime Minister of Malaysia from addressing an anti-corruption conference way back in 2015, who was later on deposed by Mahathir Mohamad after public outcry. Madam Speaker, recently we had a meeting with the EACC, and EACC actually is a product of APNAC through a proposed legislation that Honorable Musikari Kombo tabled when he actually did also table the list of shame. But going through the deliberations of this conference, which was really, really, really illuminating and encouraging, I will therefore dedicate the rest of my time to highlight some of the key observations that were made. Number one, Madam Speaker, is that we cannot win corruption, the fight against corruption, if there is no political goodwill in the fight against corruption. And as I had said earlier, Madam Speaker, political corruption is actually the mother of all corruption. So if you have a leadership that is attuned to corruption, Madam Speaker, if you have a leadership that has found its way to political power as a result of the process of crime and corruption, then it becomes extremely difficult for such a leadership to have the right political will, because it's actually trying to cut the supply chain to the very power that they so enjoy. Madam Speaker, Hong Kong is actually an independent territory of China, and we were able to learn about the power of the Supervisory Committee of the Communist Party, which oversees all public servants so that they do not engage in any form of corruption. And there are serious sanctions, severe ones, for those who engage in corruption. Madam Speaker, this is very, very important because there's a nexus between civil servants and corruption. Why? Because all of the tenders in government may as well be awarded to companies associated to civil servants, and also the trading off of information that would occasion the awarding of lucrative tenders by associates of the very civil servants. And actually, if you go further in China, because later on I was able to participate in an anti-corruption exercise at the China Academy of Governance through, again, APNAC, we were able to learn that the Chinese Communist Party does not just top up the rule of law and order, but also what you call self-discipline and purification. And they say that self-discipline is higher than the rule of law. It's actually higher than law. And Madam Speaker, this is very true, because when you steal from the public, it's not because you are being seen, it's because you lack integrity. And integrity has no two ways. It's either you have it or you don't. So really, beyond the rule of law, which I think also is increasingly becoming a safe haven for would-be looters, there's the issue of self-discipline and supervision. In fact, Madam Speaker, this example speaks to the idea around political formations that also have anchoring political ideologies. Part of the success of China, Madam Speaker, of which Hong Kong is part of, is because they have a centenary plan, and which has enabled them to rise to become the second highest, the second largest economy after the United States. In fact, my take is that they may be ahead of the United States in many instances. And so therefore, looking at the case of Hong Kong, which is a territory of China, but also which ranks as an independent country because of this British heritage, which we share as a country as well, is that there's a direct covariance between high income status and very low levels of corruption. So it's really an egg and chicken situation, because if you look at our countries in Africa, Africa is the only continent in the world that doesn't have a country in the first world. Yet corruption is very, very endemic. In fact, Francis Fukuyama speaks about this challenge of having political reform on one hand and the previous system. And because of lack of confluence around this, and Congress for that matter, then it leads to what you call political decay. This political decay is exemplified by the roles of members of parliament, where within the Westminster model, we are supposed to legislate, oversight, and represent. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, transferring social welfare benefits, which sometimes are actual process of illicit financial flows, really speaks to the very core of expectation of members, traditionally, of what is the role of a leader to them. And this has actually led to what I call state capture. And we need to interrogate further and package, because most of the processes of crime end up also influencing power plays, especially around elections. And so therefore, it is important, on one hand, to have the rule of law, but also these laws should be able to reflect the pathos and ethos and nuances of the aspirations of our people if we are to fight against corruption. Because why is it that then when people are arraigned at the EACC, they always get people who stand up and say it is our son or daughter who is attacked? Because of the collegiate ownership of leadership and the contestation thereof, Madam Speaker, around ethnicities. In fact, this is the essence, Madam Speaker, of the BBI conversation. It is actually the essence of resource sharing. So to what extent, therefore, do you say how you pilfer from the state and the perpetuation of the nation state that is Kenya as a colonial enterprise for extractive purposes? Again, then you find a lot of correlation about the roles of state in a book by Deron and Asemoglu, Why Nations Fail. So we need to have a serious unpackaging of this, because then it just becomes a clarion call. You steal money from the public, you go and win a political seat, then you perpetuate the same by capturing the state, because then you'll be part of the state when you're a member of parliament. Madam Speaker, another thing that is clear from this issue is also the role of the judiciary in the fight against corruption. Judiciary plays a very critical role, and it came out very clearly in the submissions that were made. And therefore, there is need for collaboration to ensure that judicial officers who come out boldly to fight corruption, that they are also protected. Because sometimes some of this corruption is actually state-sanctioned by the very people who occupy power. And the symposium was actually informed about huge infrastructural projects, which Kenya is currently facing, that between 40 to 45% of this project, in terms of materials, does actually goes to waste because of corruption. And that is very inimical of this country. If you look at some of the roads that are constructed, they don't even last 3 years before they have potholes. How would you explain, Madam Speaker, that a kilometer of road of the Dongo Kundu bypass is costing taxpayers a whole 1 billion shillings? Is that not really development corruption? Look at the SGR that has been actually estimated, that it cost actually more than about 3 times what was supposed to be the case. And yet this is now loaded to the taxpayers to pay. Currently, Madam Speaker, the annual rate of payment per every Kenyan is 138,000 shillings, everybody, including the child who is born today. Because the moment you have huge infrastructural projects, they not only stifle economic development because of low return on investment, but also, Madam Speaker, they end up increasing our debt stock, which is currently standing at more than 7.8 trillion shillings, when our gross domestic product, GDP, like the total estimated wealth of the country, is standing at 9.8 trillion. And you know, Madam Speaker, in April of this year, we are going to have another rebasing of the economy that as has happened in 2014. And that would mean somebody somewhere will tell us that we are X percentage richer than we are today, and that will increase debt appetite for government. But then the monies that are so appropriated from this borrowing are those huge infrastructural projects, which this symposium, Madam Speaker, observed that 40 to 45%, indeed in some cases even 50%, goes to development corruption. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that we have to audit these projects to the extent that then it is not just at the end, but all from the conception, from even feasibility, because people do feasibility studies, and then projects are said to be viable, while in actual sense, Madam Speaker, they are not viable. To the polemical idea about budgeting, where you inflate the costs of budget, and when you get the kickback from the project, and you are the supervisor, you are the awarder of that project, then you actually have no moral authority. You have you actually dent and dim your supervisory powers, and that leads to projects that do not last, projects that are highly compromised, projects that have no value for money for the public. And also the role of professionals, as I alluded to earlier, where you have professionals that are compromised as engineers, as architects, so that they receive bribes to certify works already done, even if there's nothing on the ground, you see. So the whole idea about the projects being designed just for the sake of siphoning out money from government, when there's actually a legitimate and felt concern on the ground. So again, this really raises the question of the role of professional bodies. Recently, we had an exchange, and please, I would ask Madam Speaker if you can add me about 10 more minutes, if you don't mind, because these are very important discussions so that I don't lose my trail of thoughts, if you don't mind, Madam Speaker. So that, yeah, please, I will be done in 10.
You still have 5 minutes.
Give me 5 more, and then I'll be done, kindly.
Let's see how you fare with your 5.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand guided. So therefore, so that these professional bodies are able to discipline their members and withdraw their practicing licenses. And that is not something that we have seen in Kenya. In fact, if you look at the Land Use and Physical Planning Act, one of the challenges of implementation of this law is because the Land Ministry has proposed regulations to do online conveyancing. But who are the people who went to court? They are the lawyers. And if there's a lot of corruption that happens is during conveyancing around the land registries. And so therefore, you can see, and you know, land is a critical factor of production. Most of the accountants, I mean, every project has an accountant, but we've not seen the accounting, firm, the accounting body, ISPAC, the registering members of their society, of their association, when they're actually involved in corrupt practices. We've not had them issuing press conferences or calling people to disciplinary action. So I think when people are professionalized and they are able to be registered, then you remove quirks. Another element there, Madam Speaker, that is critical is awarding contracts to people who are basically quirks. You have somebody who registered a company yesterday, and today they have won a road tender. Then they subcontract or they just expend monies as is, and they are able to cover up, especially when you have professionals who come to audit those projects, and eventually they are not able to. So you on one hand, you have monies that are budgeted, that are inflated. On the other hand, you give it to quack people. On the other hand, you bribe those people who would be actually professionals, who would be able to adhere to a code of ethic that would occasion the value for money to the public. And so therefore, this whole idea of also awarding companies that are seasoned, and even if they are beginners who would be youth, women, and persons with disabilities and other marginalized groups of people, of which, Madam Speaker, we belong to, but they are also able to grow, so that also there's value for experience. And I'm saying this because we have a very young country. I mean, the recent census has just declared that 75% of Kenyans are below the age of 35. So you would want to mentor such individuals, but then when you give them huge projects that they are not able to handle, then it just leads to what I have alluded to as development corruption, and therefore increasing our debt stock, which is actually causing a lot of liquidity challenges, Madam Speaker, because the government is actually over-borrowing domestically and therefore crowding out of local investors, and therefore not bringing growth. Madam Speaker, another point is the issue of technology. We have spoken about it, and it was actually very well canvassed, how to use technology to disrupt corruption.
So, Senator, you are now in your new 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so therefore, this would really help a lot because money moves very fast across the world. If money is stolen today in Kenya, within no time it would have moved a lot. And with the Panama safe havens and Cayman Islands, and with the faceless, shell companies. So technology is very, very important because when you transact online, then you actually leave trails because they say the internet doesn't forget. So artificial intelligence, which can use big data, would be very, very instrumental in the war against corruption. Madam Speaker, my other observation is that you need to look at both long-term and short-term strategies in the fight against corruption. It is very popular, and it has actually been proven that it actually works, that when you kill people publicly, like you lynch somebody, it sends a very strong message. In fact, if you go to China, around the Confucius Institute, they will show you how such people were executed and corruption went down. In fact, I had a conversation with a minister from Rwanda that when some of them were, the president exposed them when they were alleged to be corrupt, corruption went down. So you need those kind of systems, but then they must be buttressed through the rule of law and self-discipline. So really, we need to have both long-term, this is a point, we need to have both long-term and short-term measures anchored within the law, but also drastic measures that would ensure that we send the right kind of signal. And I really want to allow this Senate, Madam Speaker, because by us impeaching Governor Ferdinand Waitito, we have not only regained the stature of the Senate, but we have sent a strong message to governors that they should not joke with us. In fact, to the extent that they were not able to appear before my Senate and Finance Committee to present about the division of revenue, but we will still play our role with regards to the money is going to counties because they don't go to individual governors. So, Madam Speaker, the other point that I also want to highlight is that there is also a nexus between age and corruption. Indeed, the youth are more vulnerable to corruption because when they see corrupt individuals driving big cars, living in very posh estates, they want to finish school and tomorrow they are general managers. So really, there needs to be a targeted approach in terms of prevention and community education, specifically to the youth, so that they are taught how to wait and be patient rather than just steal so that they can make themselves. And one of the things that can also be used as a strategy is to glorify those who actually name corruption, let them be famous, let them be heroes, rather than the current situation in our country, Madam Speaker, where the most corrupt are the ones who even survive politically, because they steal once a huge legacy and then they can survive longer. When you stay with your little amounts of money, you survive one election and you're thrown out because you cannot thereby feed a whole village. Madam Speaker, the other point as I conclude is we need some kind of social reengineering so that people are able to see that resources belong to them and they are the ones who have contributed. You remember the famous statement, "Si ya mama yako." That is a very alienating statement because it means if it's not for your mother, then it can be stolen. But yes, it is my mother because Kenya is my motherland. So the issue of patriotism and disallegiance around what I call ethnic micronationalities that compete for patriotism with our motherland. So that is something that needs to be done within our inculcation of our youth in terms of social engineering, and also to ensure that the commitment against corruption does not just end as lip service, that it should be concerted, it should be sustained, and that the ranking of people who are least corrupt, even public officials, would also encourage them to be re-elected. You know the Mzalendo ranking that we all crave for here in the country, and also the way people, like the recently released CDF rankings. If such were to be done, it would ensure that the most successful of these are usually the least corrupt. Madam Speaker, these are the deliberations of the ICAC meeting. It is very, very illuminating. The fight against corruption is serious. It is actually threatening to go down with every one of us. People don't have money in their pockets, and part of the problem of liquidity is because you have to prove beyond 1 million shillings, or when you have 1 million shillings, where have you gotten it? So people are failing to transact. In fact, the real estate bubble has burst. Most of the malls are actually empty. People are not buying houses. Land is not going very fast, and you can see all the auctions in our newspapers. It seems that then for a very long time, and by the way, I've also noted curiously, the number of foreigners in the streets of Nairobi has reduced. There were so many Muzungus around. Now I don't see them as much. So it actually means, Madam Speaker, that we were actually having an economy that was being fueled by corruption money. Because if that were not the case, how can you explain this shortfall? Part of it, of course, is because of this huge debt. Because if you steal huge money, then you distribute to the village. So, Madam Speaker, into the long and short, the conference was very good. And I hope from these deliberations, we as parliamentarians, we can look at legislative measures that would enhance the fight against corruption. It's very mutating. It moves very fast. People devise new ways. Sometimes if you look at our laws, you may never catch the real, perpetrator of corruption, initiator, because they may not be the ones who sign documents. They use other proxies. They are the ones who suffer. You can see the case of NYS and what have you. So we need to also be ahead in terms of technology and legislation. Madam Speaker, with those many and few remarks, I wish to say that I want to quote the Bible, that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to a people, and ask Madam Senator Farhia Haji to come and second.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Faria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to second this. I wish also to thank Senator Maura for having such a clear report that you did not need to have attended that symposium for you to have, understand the deliberations of this conference. Madam Speaker, the Korean history is very interesting, Madam Speaker. One of the other issues now that I wanted to bring out is that there are 500 delegates, leaders from 50 countries that have attended this conference. And you know, for such a conference with a very clear outcome and very clear, you know, strategies in terms of how to move forward from one step to the next in terms of fight against corruption, I think needs to lead to action in terms of the linkages between these able members who are able to attend this conference and the agencies that deal with corruption. Because they should, once they have those linkages, these people tend to get new ideas in terms of how to fight corruption. Madam Speaker, another time I attended a conference in Mombasa in terms of when I was a board member of one of these institutions. And then one of the person from EACC said, you know, it's very hard to fight corruption because it keeps on mutating. And my feedback to that person was, if this corruption is mutating, and you have no mutating ideas to tackle, then what is the point of having you there anyway? Because now the vice is mutating and you are not mutating. You don't have now new ideas now to make a difference. Madam Speaker, the other issue is in terms of fight against corruption, is just, you know, is an individual country strategies. Madam Speaker, in my language, we say there is nowhere that is above the head for you to cuddle in the body, in somebody's body. In my mother tongue. I'm just doing a direct translation. And Madam Speaker, given that, Madam Speaker, the head of state in this country has, you know, not once, not twice, you know, either spoke to this issue, or he also actually, some time back, sacked even ministers. That shows that he's committed to fighting against corruption. Madam Speaker, where are we failing? Why are we failing? Madam Speaker, one of the issues, given that corruption, people who are corrupt do not exchange corruption proceeds under the watch of cameras, Madam Speaker. It is done in so secretive, and you need a very clear procedure to capture that procedure, that proceed, Madam Speaker. And because of that, President, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wanted people to undergo lifestyle audit, Madam Speaker. And you remember there was a lot of discussion around how there were no legal framework to do lifestyle audit. Madam Speaker, there is a bill in this House that's already published that is tackling that. And Madam Speaker, I think that is the lifestyle audit, together with, agreement between the prosecutor and the person with the proceed and asset recovery that is detailed in that bill, I think that is the game changer. But we need, political goodwill in this process. Madam Speaker, we all think about this moment. Where I am going to gain, so I don't care whether corruption is fought. Some of the discussion I had people, putting forward was, I don't want to my wealth to be, published or people to know about my wealth. Madam Speaker, my advice to people who don't want their wealth to be public, my advice to them is, please don't seek a public appointment. Just whatever you've grabbed, run with it, go and do whatever business you want to do, but disappear from public life. If you're not ready to be audited and not ready to go through lifestyle audit, Madam Speaker, there must be something you're hiding and you don't want other people to know, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the rate this country is going, Madam Speaker, very soon, you know, sometimes even the looters of the money that they corrupted need protection because they need business to grow that wealth. That is not going to be there the way this country is going, Madam Speaker. So in my view, it is to the interest of even the corrupt that we fight corrupt now and henceforth, Madam Speaker. And then the other thing is, people, talk about legislation. Madam Speaker, legislation cannot tackle bad manners, Madam Speaker. We are in a society with bad manners. We are sick in the head where we think what we stole is the only wealth we can get. Madam Speaker, how bad can it get, Madam Speaker? So, and therefore, we need from the churches, the mosque, all, even, the temples and wherever, in all the religious circle, Madam Speaker, I think this is the right time to overemphasize the need to have some level of honesty in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue is that, nowadays we have technology. Madam Speaker, I've come from a county whereby even in terms of their transaction, they don't want to go through IFMIS. Simply, like for example, they can take like 25 or 30 contractors that need to be paid, and then they take it to control of budget, and those are the submissions that we got from people from the area, and then they put through the system. Not through the system, but a request to pay those people. And Madam Speaker, the moment that money hits the bank account of my county, Madam Speaker, all those people, none of them gets paid, other than probably very few who are willing to pay, some money, who are actually, even promised in the first place that they will pay, but the rest of the money just ends up in people's pocket. Madam Speaker, there is need to tackle in terms of, I think we need to control the use of money from the time it is requested to the time of payment. I think in terms of the laws, in just order to give the county some leeway to transact, Madam Speaker, it is being misused in a very bad way. And people, communities know this is happening. And it's very sad that EACC is not doing something. The other thing that I am angry with EACC, Madam Speaker, they have an officer, Madam Speaker, who comes and sits in our SAPAC committee, Madam Speaker. And they can hear the deliberation, Madam Speaker. Other than few cases, Madam Speaker, of arrest, it should not matter the corrupt, whichever, whomever they support, whoever their alienation is, Madam Speaker, a corrupt person is a thief, and thieves belong to the jails, Madam Speaker, and assets of the government need to be recovered. So, Madam Speaker, unless they don't change their tact, Madam Speaker, I think EACC needs serious reforms. But when I tell people like that, sometimes people tell me EACC is also part of the society. So I think our society is rotten to the core, from the voter who wants to be bribed, to the person who is, the justice system, to just, you name it, Madam Speaker. I think it is high time Kenyans are mad enough about corruption for something to be done, Madam Speaker. And then the other thing, we talk about fight against corruption. There is no whistleblower protection. And Madam Speaker, in this document, it says, part of the reason of the countries where it succeeded, Madam Speaker, is because whistleblowers are protected. Up to now, we don't have whistleblower protection. Madam Speaker, if you remember the Masai University, that big case that happened, Madam Speaker, it is because one accountant felt that this cannot continue. And around December, Madam Speaker, I attended where he was awarded for that good job, Madam Speaker. And therefore, such people can easily disappear and be killed because there's serious money involved in the proceeds of corruption, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a result of what Senator Maura was talking about, the corruption in Hong Kong that was rampant, and that was, you know, to a level where an ambulance person, you know, you have to bribe for the person to be picked by the ambulance. Madam Speaker, even our corruption had not reached that level. But Madam Speaker, people were committed, and people became impatient with corruption for all the administration to do something about it, Madam Speaker. So I urge Kenyans to be that mad, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when Hong Kong was fighting that corruption, they were serious. You know, the police, the anti-corruption agencies, judges, everybody collaborated to get this, you know, vice end. Madam Speaker, all those institutions in this country are corrupt. So I don't know what we can do, but I think there is need for serious response in how we tackle this corruption. Madam Speaker, in terms of this judge who escaped and then later he was arrested, Madam Speaker, was a game changer. Madam Speaker, these arrests we see, we need people even at the level of cabinet secretary being put behind bars. Otherwise, these small fights that we keep on doing will not help. Madam Speaker, in this country, we have people who are even experts, and they are expatriate on forensic audit, Madam Speaker. And some of them, Madam Speaker, they go to those international levels because of their ability to beat corruption. But Madam Speaker, our agencies will never even give a consultancy to such people who are able to unmask those level of corruption. And Madam Speaker, I even know of one, Madam Speaker, who was the head of forensic in an international organization that is in over 98 countries, Madam Speaker. And that Kenyan was the head of that institution, Madam Speaker. So there are Kenyans who are able to do the job, Madam Speaker. But in terms of, when we go wrong in terms of the corruption, the real corruption in this country, Madam Speaker, starts with identification of people when they are being recruited, Madam Speaker. Because in the first place, when you recruit, you're already biased, Madam Speaker, in terms of the recruitment process. And that person who is recruited owes allegiance to somebody else. How do you expect them to be independent? How do you expect them to report, Madam Speaker? So we need an outrage in terms of corruption. In 1974, Madam Speaker, that agency used law enforcement, they used prevention and community education. All that in this country we have, Madam Speaker. Why is it a problem of fighting corruption? Madam Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I now propose the motion that the Senate notes the report of the Parliament of the Kenya delegation to the 7th Symposium of the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Hong Kong, ICAC, held in Hong Kong on 22nd to 24th May 2019 and laid on the table on Wednesday, 19th February 2020. Senator Judith Pareno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to support definitely this report. I think Senator Mwaura has now become an ambassador against corrupt dealings, because every other time in this Senate, he has moved several motions that go to the core of corruption issues, and I think at most of the times he's really been so passionate about how we can fight this corruption. So I think it is also an eye-opener for him to have gone out there to see how other countries, him and others have gone out there to see how other countries have dealt with this issue. So we are not the first country that should be dealing with corruption. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It simply means that all we need to do is that goodwill to fight corruption. We already have other countries who have done it, and we can copy from them. The reports are here, they are tabled, we are debating. So it is just about whether we really want Kenya to move forward and in a corruption-free society. Because if Hong Kong could do what this report says, that it had gone to the levels where you have to bribe somebody to take you to hospital, a driver to take you to hospital when you're dying, and they have been able to deal with it. And the factors that were in Hong Kong are the same factors that we have right now. We, as my sister, Senator Farhia says, we have the expertise, we have the brains, we have the people. We actually have the might to fight corruption as a country. But then what happens? I think we simply do not want to fight corruption in this country. I want to say that the other day I was just looking at how we have so many malls coming up everywhere. And sometimes you're being told there is something called money laundering, and you wonder, why are we having mushrooming of very big things coming up, yet the society is not able to support all this all at a go. We are even told that right now in this country, we have done so much of residential that we are not doing well in terms of residential business and construction, because there is just too much of it. Until our rental income is going down because there's just too much of. So do we think beyond some of these things, to look around and see, why are we doing that? Is it that there is something influencing some of these things that we are doing? Or do we need to change tact as a country in terms of looking out for who is doing what and where? This report talks about new perspectives. That is the motto for that conference. And it is time that we looked at what the world is doing. What are these new perspectives in terms of fighting corruption? And again, sometimes you feel like Kenya is just too much, you know? When you look at the other day, the 39 billion arms issue. And then now all over the press, there is a young man who is dead, who was supposed to allegedly record a statement. Then you feel really sad for this country. And that brings to the core the issue of witness protection. What are we doing to protect these whistleblowers? What are we doing to protect witnesses? If we don't deal with that, it is at the core of corruption in this country. Because it means a person will see a wrong being done, but will not be able to speak, because how do you speak?
Honorable Senator Pareno, you have a balance of 11 minutes when we resume. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to interrupt the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 26th February 2020 at 2:30 p.m.